Alright, here we are, folks. Day 31. It's December 31st. It's New Year's Eve. It was a little tiny patch, free patch, New Year's Eve patch. And we are left with a very, very cheeky Peppy tease. He inceptioned and said, well, what about the PP update, Peppy? Type. And he ended with soon enough. So it looks like probably everything is going according to plan. And I imagine that the PP thing will go official at midnight local time. Midnight local time. I'm not entirely sure where Peppy is situated. It's potentially PST over in the West Coast, perhaps. I don't know. However, it looks like it's happening. Not now, but it's not relevant to what I'm doing, obviously, because this session is not PP dependent. But there you go, folks. It's gonna happen. Midnight. Alright. So the final day, just a little bit of contrast, I suppose. I generally like the idea of finishing strong, like finishing strong in the sense of when people think about the end of a journey where, you've been training for 31 days straight, you give it your all at the end. Well, generally speaking, when that giving it all, it really depends on, it's really in the framework of the session itself, right? You're working out, pumping out reps, and then it's like, yes, finish strong at the end to really, crush that stamina hump, right? We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Talked about performance training, the balance of where's an optimal time in a person's routine to push out dexterity and strength, and then where the stamina or the endurance components. It's usually at the end, finish strong. To offer a contrast, I typically, when I'm thinking about really large projects, right, things that go about a month, not a single routine, generally I end strong in a different manner. So today, instead of what may seem like I would want to try classically or conventionally to push as hard as possible to see the fruits of my labor, where did all these 31 days go? Where have I left off? You gotta finish strong. Oh, this is how I finish most of the time. Generally, when something ends, it sets up for a new journey. So the strongest way to celebrate, in my opinion, what have you come so far, is to relax into what you have accomplished comfortably and use what you learn for the next journey. So today, for the literal performance part, We're gonna start at 120 and we're just gonna go up to where we feel strain, and that's it. And then we're gonna spend, I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be an hour or two reviewing what the 31 days, the takeaways for myself personally, review to myself for my future self, some of the ideas that I'll be carrying over to the next time. So no, not your usual push as hard as possible to see what you literally got, because ultimately the time when I literally got a lot of it was in the middle, and then the endurance part is up here. That's what I'm looking for. So it might not be pushing, like, we're not gonna see like some spry Sutton 185 sustainability. That's for next time. So let's get started. I expect myself to hit strain around 165. That's usually where we've been landing in our consistency plateauing days, right? The week 3 and week 4, generally, that's when you're leaning into the fatigue. All right. I usually call this more of a victory lap, so a consolidation victory lap. Basically, instead of pushing really hard, I'm taking it easy. We're probably gonna end on 155. I already feel the ring finger fatigue, so probably gonna end at 155 and do our closing remarks on this. Hello there. What are my plans after 31 days is finished? Well, the plan in terms of OS, right, would be, it's usually would be a 1 week or 2 week break, and then I do some sort of other discipline in OS. However, a lot of things are set in stone now. So after this, there will be 2 games, Dave the Diver and Dredge, which are the MVP indie games of 2023. I'm going to play those. And then it's going to lead into Like a Dragon 8, Infinite Wealth. And then in February, OS might make a return while I'm learning Japanese and Mandarin using Duolingo. And that's the plan for that for like the first 3 months, at least. Those are usually the plans. I have thought of a couple things to do in OS. I actually think we might start Mania sometime as well. So that's kind of the plan. Rough plans. And in terms of things that I need to iron out on the content front, working a workflow for short form stuff, short form things, and lots of writing. We might pick up a few, maybe in March we'll pick up a few coding languages. Review Python first, then do some, I haven't decided, we're doing C++, maybe C#, or Java's kind of, nah, probably C#. Lots of stuff. I usually plan most things 6 months in advance. 6 or maybe at least half or year in advance. OS might be sprinkled in here and there. The next thing I would like to do is at least do rotating feature artists using the beatmap listing function, because OS Laser has now lifted and made direct downloads, right? So I want to highlight what Peppy has been doing for the OS community, and we're gonna do like a ring around the, like a round robin feature artist thing. So whatever feature artist is hit, we're gonna try to get all the maps that are labeled with feature artists and go through a lot of them. Talk about the music, composition, you know, maybe if there's any information about the feature artists, talk about that a little bit, and then play their maps, or attempt to play their maps anyway. And talk about the mappers as well. We'll try to balance the thing between mapper history, the artists, and throw in a few stories here and there. I haven't decided how that's going to be structured yet. That's sometime in February of 2024. Actually, one thing that I can see maybe in the second half of 2024 is if this thing is interesting, if I find some compelling interest in this, I might actually start considering collaborating with a few players here and there in OS to see if we can get more of a quality of life stream or a quality of life project where it involves talking a bit about balancing balancing lifestyles and adult, you know, adult transitions and whatnot, just as a interesting insight into maybe celebrating some of the personalities in OS or some people who have OS as part of their major lifestyle right now, and kind of spend a little bit of time deep diving and touching upon some of the more less talked about things that are beyond the game. So kind of like a beyond the game series kind of thing. So I don't think it's going to be exclusive to OS, but it's going to be a little bit. I have to plan a lot of things and look at a lot of things and probably scout a lot of people here and there, but maybe do like some sort of behind the work, behind the lifestyle kind of deep dive. Get to know some of the people. Since I'm not a skilled, like I'm not a person who excels or represents peak performance, right? That's like way down the line though. It'll probably end up as a podcast series. Yeah, last days of these things to me is kind of a bittersweet moment. Oftentimes when I get through and accomplish, the immediate short-term goals and long-term goals of it, it does have that bittersweet moment where, as much as I love to continue and become proficient, really proficient at the stuff I work, my love for learning new things and experiencing new things is so much greater. In the moment, I am incredibly tempted to continue to work on skill building in a specific area. But generally speaking, I typically remind myself that my greatest passion and love for getting up and doing stuff is doing new things. So I form habits within a day or two. I do the habit immediately for a month or 2 months or 3 months, and then I drop them and I establish a new habit. It's my kind of my favorite thing to do in life. So instead of forming habits for life, which I do have very essential habits for life, these things, like, they come and go, 200% for a month, and then we have to depart. I can't stay stagnant on one skill build too long. As much as it will bring me joy all the same, it just doesn't bring me as much joy as doing new things all the time. Kind of wobbly, very wobbly at holding the position. It's kind of weird. Maybe we'll just do an aim thing. I suppose the alternative is just to draw more things. I have a few things that I need to draw in the next couple months. It's not too bad. 3 logos, maybe standardize a font for branding purposes. Use my aim hand for some drawing. Actually, they're gonna probably end up being vector things, so probably not that exciting for dynamic aiming. That was a little weird. Kind of like sped up, stuttered a few times there. I think this part here, 140 to 150, it's kind of a big transition point in my tapping style. I can still feel like I'm doing something different here. More on that later. It's generally around 150 and 155. And then what was the other transition point? It's usually like here. Here, 167 to 170. There's another transition point in how I tap. And then it just goes to 170 plus whatever higher than that. Slowly it's creeping up though. I want the type of mechanical tapping that I can get to keep stretching higher and higher, and then shifting all the other ones down or up. It'll be a while though. I reckon once I rest for most of January, we'll probably be at 180, 190, something like that. If history is supposed to repeat itself. I don't think I'm that much older than what I used to be. I guess it's been over 3 years. That's weird. There are quite a bit more hiccups than I was expecting. There's a lot of not actuating properly. What's those red blinks? And let's just take a look at where it all started, right? This part didn't really start all that poorly. How was this stuff actually? We added these quite much a lot later. in the cycle. Alright, where were we? Here? Ooh, that was weird. There was some weirdness going on there. Hard to explain. Also, I have some apple slices. Alright. That was kind of weird. Yeah, we're probably gonna sit right here just to take it easy and wrap up the 31 days. Definitely a lot of fatigue. Yeah. That's pretty reasonable. That's where I say that's where the slight strain comes in, and then we have like the fatigue coming in. It kind of start declining without rest. All right. So that's 31. Now we're gonna switch gears. We're gonna switch gears to writing some of this stuff down, or reviewing some of this stuff. So we're gonna pull something else up. Yep. Okay. Now let's do some review. Actually, I haven't done it this way as of yet. I have a way to make this work in the future. For now, we'll just do it this way. Nope, that's not it. In hindsight, doing this earlier and setting this in the background might have been the way to go. Sorry, I had to cough there. Okie dokie. Alright, so we are going to transition from literally playing to talking about us.
See you next time.
Okay. Let's put on a little bit of background sound here. Get our vibe on just a little bit. Alright. Alrighty. So, we are at that time again. Okay. Alright. I needed my tablet drivers because I need tablet drivers outside of us. Alright. So, these are, whoa. Start off with black ink. Okay. So, these are what I have been referring to as the closing remarks. So generally around this time, I would be talking about maybe some opinions, some highlights, facts, targeted audience, not target audience, things I extracted from the experience when it comes to other video games. But this is the end of a grind session, so like a grind series thing. And usually closing remarks deal with lessons I'm taking away from this, things that are highlighted and impressionable during the series, and just as a reminder to myself, which I will probably look over this in the future, of things to integrate or not integrate in the future. I think I need a more catchier name for this, because I want to turn this into a segment as well. Closing remarks. I'll think about it. It's gotta start with like the same letters. Is what I'm. It's gotta have an alliteration. So for now, closing remarks. So, just as let's go over some facts, right? Facts that stayed static. We played 31 consecutive days, right? Today would be the shortest session, but I would say the average session was around 2 hours. Originally, we started with the goal of 1 hour, which, interestingly enough, today was below average, right? And it started like kind of migrating towards 3 hours around week 2. So the first week was most definitely 1 hour, and expanded 3 hours because this is our peak time. And then going into week 3 to week 4, that's when it gets closer to 2 hours. So you typically have this type of situation when it comes to measuring stuff, right? Say this is the duration, right? Duration and the weeks, like the 1, 2, 3. Oftentimes it generally looks like this, right? So you have when you're doing something novel, and when I mean novel, the phrase for oaths would be when you're properly rusted. When you get rusted and get oxidized, just very, very long periods away. Usually I call rest. When you're rested, like really long-term rest, you go through this period cycle where you have a high ramp up and then a steady into like a consistency. And usually this delta shows improvement. So that's kind of the idea. Whenever you're training or doing task, it follows this. Obviously, this delta up here can be variant. If you're good mood, like you're super positive, I would say, in a mindset, this over peak, right? This peak, it can be very, very high. But the bigger this peak is, the bigger this delta is going to be when it's going down, right? And then overall, in the long run, when you repeat these cycles, this delta is going to go up. Which I call this more of this type of classical curve is very, very consistent when it comes to endurance training. So lots of OS community members would probably use the word stamina for endurance. Endurance is just a bigger term. Like under endurance would be stamina. There are other components of endurance that wouldn't necessarily qualify as stamina. Like for instance, sometimes stamina overlaps with consistency, right? Which is still probably, to me, under the umbrella of endurance. Endurance is an attribute of the person. And these are properties of this attribute. So if you have a lot of endurance, typically you probably exhibit good proficient stamina and proficient consistency. We're just throwing a lot of terms out because closing remarks are not really supposed to be some really high academic thing, just thoughts that come to my mind. So yeah, so we played 31 consecutive days, average of 2 hours. What other facts? Facts are we shift middle plus index, right? To ring finger and index. Another thing is the middle is dominant. So what I played was making my ring finger dominant. So inherently, middle is gonna be big and index is less. But when I'm training here, index is actually bigger and ring finger is less. That's one of the goals, right? This is one of the bigger hurdles, which is that my ring finger is underutilized going into this relative to my index, as opposed to my middle finger being probably more utilized than my index. What I mean by dominant is this is the start finger, which start finger includes single tapping to some extent, but it isn't exclusively. It is not exclusively single tapping. So I single tap about equal on both. Single tapping is about equal on both. However, the differentiating that makes this dominant is because I start burst. Any form of burst. 2, 3 plus, right? Any burst 3 plus, which includes long streams. So every time there's a start, it will be on the middle of the ring finger. So that's a really tough part. And in this training, we do not do this. So in this training, this is very low because we only did long streams. Long streams, there's only one start, average. Occasionally, there's 1 or 2 maps that have like 2 starts or 3 starts, but generally 1 start. So this is kept to a minimum. So what happens is, while I'm trying to do this, I didn't really do this. The training made ring equal to index. So the actuation amount is relatively negligible between these two. So right now, what this would tell me is that I have a burst deficiency, but increase in endurance, right? Which I guess you would say stamina. So both fingers have equal stamina, but there's a deficiency in burst, or like starts. It's still not that big of a deal, because as long as the stamina approaches, doesn't like, as long as the burst is not sustained for a long time, like through a song there isn't consistent bursts over and over, I wouldn't be gated by my ring finger. And we didn't practice starting as well, so we don't have mechanics of starting. So that's another component that's worth noting. So that's something that my middle finger does really well. So over the course of an average song, typically my middle finger is dominant because it will end up actuating more. Significantly more than my index finger. So that's something to take it. But I would say this is like kinda negligible. When you endurance train, for me, I always endurance train based on the weakest. So that's what I did. So the facts are I trained to my weakest finger. So this is the stopping point. The bottleneck is the stopping point. So today when I went to 155, it's because there's fatigue in my ring finger. Although my index finger will continue to be stronger, and if I don't, some people might worry like, well, your index finger will grow weaker, right? Because the index is delta with my ring finger will, as my ring finger goes up, my index finger might go down. And that's when the delta gets smaller, right? The delta goes down and they get closer and closer together. But generally speaking, when you do any amount of volume and you consistently do that volume, when you consistently do this volume, you're actually maintaining a lot. There's a lot of maintenance here. So I don't typically worry too much. This decline is often negligible. It's far faster. The ring finger is going to grow way faster than the decline on your ring finger. And because you're still doing volume, it's mitigating this decline. So what eventually happens is they normalize to each other. It's kind of like a unilateral training. So oftentimes if I'm doing like one arm curls, right? I would do it based on the weakest arm. So what this promotes is it promotes balance. And not everyone supports this idea. If you're playing a sport that is that favors one side, right? If you have a mechanic that favors one side for a particular task, then you're looking for asymmetry. So I'm not trying to give the impression that balance is the golden thing. There's very appropriateness for favoring one side, like baseball, swinging a bat or something. Lots of martial arts, have southpaws versus like dominant, right? What I mean is, a lot of time dominant is considered the right side. And then southpaw would be considered the left side. It's to a point where some sports, your dominant side might be like the dominant side is still trained that way. So like a left dominant person, right, can still end up training the right side. I have met a few people, like quite a bit of people in my life, where they would like swing left-handed with like a bat, but throw right-handed. And often that comes with experimentation, right? If you approach a lot of things with just experimentation, overall, you'd be surprised how oftentimes convention is different from mechanical. So for me, that was a slight digression, I prefer balance. So this training was focused on balancing. Before my ring finger can become dominant over my index finger, it has to be balanced first, right? It's a bigger to bridge this right here between my middle finger and my ring finger. That's a bigger delta than bridging the gap between my ring finger and index finger. So this training was focused on bridging the delta between my ring finger and index finger, and then deciding if I want to continue, and then making my ring finger dominant over my index finger. I haven't really decided as of yet. So what other facts are there? Another fact is ring finger, the delta in time. So time delta between the two are different. This is it's a greater delta than my middle and index, right? I'm feeling like this is like plus at least 50 milliseconds. Greater delta, which that became very apparent in the beginning. It's not as noticeable now. It's definitely less than 50 milliseconds. I think it ranges from 50 milliseconds to 200 milliseconds. It's to the point where if you, in the early days, when you see a hit, right, a hit error thing, you can see two clusters. Like, usually the faster one would be the index. Actually, it wouldn't be the index. The faster one would end up being my ring finger, because I would tap first with my ring finger. And what I was doing is I was compensating timing, so I'm early on my ring finger. Then I would be late on my index finger. And then this gap is the delta delay between the two, right? And over time, this went down. So this like thing compressed, so they got closer together. So the distribution got closer and closer together. In the beginning, you'll probably see like a really bigger hump, but slightly dipped here in like the graph. So the graph would look something, if we were to use that graph in laser, it kind of looks like it'll go here and then slightly hump down around the actual time and then go back down, so like that. And then over time it starts looking like this, right? Where the timing here, this is 0. So kind of something like that. So that's one of the other facts that we're doing going in. Another fact is there's a lot of noise. There's more noise in these regions because I'm using new hardware. This new hardware has 3 buttons now. So spacing is different. Before I used a 2-button keypad, and the spacing is different. The spacing between these two are different, along with materials and stuff. And this hardware also has software features that I'm embracing. So what we're talking about is rapid trigger, right? And rapid trigger, for some, it's not very noticeable because they lift. They're clean. When a OS player has clean actuations, and by clean actuations, I mean they clear lift and then bottom out, right? So the reason why this is important is I don't do either of these too often. My background, like the 90% of like keyboard use on in my time is that my fingers actually rest or are in contact with the keys, with the keycap. So generally speaking, I lift, but it's not clear. It doesn't clear the keycap a lot of times. And because of rapid trigger, what happens is I can have non-clean actuations. How does that work? Well, I usually use the term ADing. So you can imagine yourself going left and right, like strafing in any other, like in first-person games, or not even just first-person games, but we're using first-person games as an example. I actually do this in a lot of other games without free camera as well. So, but just imagine a first-person free camera, right? What happens is, strafing, when you could have combinations of periods, like durations in which you hit buttons, right? Left, right, left, and all that. And depending on how long this micro movement is, you end up having not clean, so you don't have clean things. Because the amount of time you lift the key and press back down could be so short that you don't clear the keycap. Like it goes back. Strafing or ADing can be so fast that you're not lifting all the way. And this I mean 90% as in like 90% of gaming time. Gaming time actually doesn't make up, I would say it probably makes up like 30% of my total time. When I'm typing, when I'm typing, it's clean. So when I'm typing, I clear all the, I more or less, I actually type by bottoming out. And it has clean lifts. There are clean lifts and bottoming out. And that's probably the other 70% of use. Right? So if you're typing DMs, you're writing, just lots of that stuff. But the downside, but the thing we have to remember is when you're typing, the letters A and D is... That's a very good question now that I think about it. I wonder how often A comes up. D comes up much less. So yeah, we have to remember that A followed by D and D followed by A is incredibly low frequency. So you don't really, when we talk about typing, it's probably negligible impact on this motion that's involved in tapping back and forth in the A and D position. So largely I would say the way I AD will impact how rapid trigger happens, and the way you notice it is why I did long streams. So what long stream does is you know, A and D and back to A, these are even spaces, right? Even spacing. Well, there are two things that cause me to not have even spacing. One, I have this is a fact. I don't know if it's gonna go away or anything like that. I have jerks. So I have muscle jerks a lot of times. And it is possibly related to this strafing. Like, it is possibly related to ADing. What is the fact is ADing doesn't help this. It doesn't help even spacing. So, because when you're ADing, you're not even spacing. Like, strafing is often uneven spacing. You're holding down the actuation in random sequences. It's, you go as far as you need to, you don't like go left and right even distance, generally speaking. Like 99% of the time, your tapping is not evenly spaced. So that doesn't help even spacing. But on top of that, I would say, from just as a teaser, I think it's about 5% of the time when I'm playing O's, there'll be a random jerk. And the jerk, what happens is it's even spacing, and then one of the fingers is gonna hit early, like really early. One of the fingers, like one finger. And early on, we just did it, and what happens is it'll have a miss. There'll be a miss, and then it will you have maybe 1 to 7 notes, right? 7 beats. It will immediately then resume even spacing after. So it'll be like, this will be yellow, yellow, green, right? And then it resumes even spacing. In my mind, I'm not doing anything different. Like, there's no loss of focus or anything like that. It just happens every 5% of the time. I kind of really wished it was maybe like less than 1%. Then I could possibly have a higher opportunity to get through a 3-minute duration without having this occur, right? If you're taking 5%, it kind of happens like at least twice every 3 minutes, which is kind of awful. Or like FCing and all that stuff. So this stuff is a fact going into it. And that's why I chose long streams. Long streams have often been a issue. What else is a fact? I have focus problems. And not really, I call them problems here because if the objective, right? If the objective is to remain evenly spaced, then it's a problem. So I have focus issues. And generally, focus issues, just to highlight a few things. The song, if the, how do I call this? If the beat spacing in the song goes up, I tend to speed up. If the beat spacing goes down, right, I tend to slow down. And usually the speed ups and slowdowns tend to be a delta of 15 milliseconds, sometimes even more extreme. So what does this translate to? I think this, like this complete delta here of 100 milliseconds is probably as close to OD8 or OD, between OD8 and OD7. So this is the upper limit. So this delta 100 milliseconds. So how you can see this is often one green note, right? One green note, or 100. Some people call it 100. So one green followed by a blue, which is 300, and back and forth. It just repeats back and forth. And it'll slide up. It either slides up or slides down. So you just slowly see it become green, blue, then green, green all across the board, right? That's something that I don't think will ever go away unless I like mute the song. We haven't done this experiment yet, where I did it a couple times in my 4 years before this, where I just turn off the song and just listen to the hit sounds, and usually there's an improvement in AC. If the song is like, I don't know, it's most noticeable in a compilation. Compilations are a great example to illustrate this. If I mute the compilation, my AC goes up, because if the song is swapping, right? If the song is swapping, I remove this effect, which is the way the song is spaced. There are other elements, but I think this is the most dramatic one when beat spacing is different. So for example, if you say like 1, 2, 3, 4, well, you can do 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, right? So it's still 1, 2, 3, 4, but you can have different beat spacing. So you can have 8 beats every 4 beats, or you can subdivide 4 beats into 8 beats. And when a song does this, a great example of this is if you have a D&B track, right? And there's a build-up into the beat drop, for example. I will most traditionally speed up, without a doubt. Like, it's so hard for me. Like, I would say over 70% of the time, I will end up speeding up before the beat drop. Because when you build the beat spacing, the beats get subdivided more. So the subdivisions go up. Right? The beat gets subdivided more to make it feel like it's building up. But it's on the same meter. As in, the meter, the rhythm stays the same. The beat spacing changes, or the subdivision of beats increase. And I've noticed this for a really long time, actually. Just a little deep cut of why I habitually do this is my previous experience as a musician, right? I played the violin, and mainly the violin. And what happens is the violin tends to carry the melody. So yes, if you were to do this on an instrument that's carrying the melody, you would actually speed up. It would feel like speeding up. You're literally playing more beats per meter, like per measure. Per measure, there are more beats in that measure, and that's carried over to Os. So it's been a struggle. I would say it's been a struggle. It hasn't been too bad. I've seen improvements in this area for a while. Like before, I used to speed up so much that I start missing. Now it's a little bit subtler. I just end up slightly early near the end, right? When the closer it gets to the beat drop, the more likely that I'll be early. Which also, here's an opposite example. When a song slows down, or concludes. Right? So this could happen, say you have a burst. And the song, and it's syncing with the song's ending of a phrase, or I would call it ending of like a verse, or like it's dropping out. You could use the word dropping out. A lot of times people can couple this with fading out. So when a burst lands on these things, I slow down. And you can see that in a long stream practice. When a song fades out, or like a section ends, right? For example, a verse ends that goes into a bridge that then goes into a new verse. I will slow down in these places if there are elements in there. And this goes back to being a musician again, that usually plays in a role of the melody carry. When you're playing, it's, to me, it's kind of artistically dynamic to slow down during a conclusion to like fade away, right? So when I'm playing, my rhythm, my sense of rhythm, I'm actually slowing down. So I'm holding notes longer as things come to a conclusion, and then I speed up again into the next verse. So that type of thing happens so regularly in a long stream. In the practice, every time I get to near the end of the 3-minute section, I will likely be late to them. And in the beginning, I will likely be early to them. So the opposite is true. When a song starts opening up, I will be early first. Even to this day, even to today's practice, when I'm waiting for a song to start, I will end up being early. And then it normalizes in the middle. And then when we go through these different bridges, I'll slow down. So that's a natural tendency that I'm also training with these long streams. I wasn't kidding, sort of, to say that if I had to play OS at the highest diff I can possibly do, the format that I've chosen here highlights probably the most problems that I have with rhythm games in general. And it is incredibly accentuated by how OS is programmed, like how the rating system works in PP. And these are just touching along a lot of the facts that keep me from being consistent. And I can explain a lot of these things. Like this one slide right here is touching on half the things that keep me from, I don't know, FCing things, like in a reasonable way that the rating system wants, right? So, why did I train in this way? So these are some of the facts that I'm aware of, some of the observations that I've already noticed about myself through most of my experiences with rhythm, and trying to connect with why and explain why these things occur, so that perhaps I can develop a more compromise in order to maybe still enjoy OS, perform better without sacrificing a lot of other things. Is there anything else that I miss? Oh. This is more of a, and I just realized, oh no. I just realized heck, I do this all the time. What the heck? Hold up. Wait, what? Okay. So, what other facts do I know about myself when we're doing this? So now we also have to take into account the visual component, right? So the visual component. That I've come to know and love and to hate. I honestly think the visual component is something that, to me, as emotionally, is overall negative. It's generally a negative experience. When I'm thinking about strafing, like the ADing and stuff, there are give and takes. While I prefer to keep hold of my strafing, like the dynamics of way I strafe without bottoming out and all that stuff. So I really like analog controls, which my keyboard does not really actually support, but I would love analog controls on keyboards to come back because I benefit from analog controls. When I'm playing like racing games and stuff, the analog sticks are fantastic because my hands are far more used to staying steady. Like, I can hold my fingers and stuff really steady in different degrees. I can't move them very well. Like, moving is a trade-off, so like that's worth mentioning, right? So what are the advantages? Some of the trade-offs, right? I have steady hands, like very steady hands. The problem with steady hands is there's a trade-off with being dexterous in them in a different way. So when we're talking about dexterous in OS, we're talking about speed. Dexterity is also how stable. So like how still it is. In different like, and when we mean stable and still, we're talking about range of motion. Right? And oftentimes you can train both of these, and it's a component of dexterity. However, for me, when it comes to like keyboards and stuff, I can vary strength and position versus speed, right? Speed and sometimes flexibility, but really it's really speed. So how fast something goes back and forth, right? You can do this all you want, but generally speaking, that means when you're doing this and you're doing it in OS, you're applying the same force repetitiously. Now, what about varying your force steadily, right? Where does that come in? Like, how can I describe this in a better way? When you dead hang, when you climb something, when you grip something, the idea of extending your grip strength is to hold a position and strength just enough that you're not expending excess energy, and also not expending excess energy while maintaining stability, right? And that is what I choose. This is like, I would say 80% of my life. Like, I prefer to have this ability to like squeeze something just like let's say like holding on to, I don't know, holding on to something fragile, right? I was gonna say egg, but that's not as great. The idea is my dexterity tends to come from holding my hand static, like different shapes of my hand with enough force, because I practice calisthenics most of the time. And oftentimes, actually, in order to get like progressive overload and really work and stuff, oftentimes I slow down in calisthenics because it's about the amount of volume under tension. This to train speed and stuff, it is still volume, right? It's still volume, but it's under burst tension. So the number of bursts in it. So a great example would be a like for example, jumping a lot versus standing on one leg, right? In this way, you're trying to stabilize yourself under tension. You have to have balance, add, like core stability. It's holding the thing under tension. One would more refer to this as like isometric, right? Lots of isometric stuff. And this would be like you're generating force. I mean, jumping is not the greatest example. It's a compound movement, but it involves like concentric, and when you land back down, there's some eccentric stuff. But you're going through a cycle rapidly back and forth. I'm usually really inclined to be an isometric person. So like when you're drawing, like my right hand, I don't do aim training a lot, and what that is because my right hand holding something static and then steadily moving around it is great. Now there is a speed component to aiming, right? And it's pretty clear that I'm poopy at speed aiming. Like the difference is that if you want to say, I don't know, do this on a tablet, you're not speed aiming. Oftentimes speed aiming makes cursive on a tablet terrible. This comes from steady aim, and it's usually slower. So when I'm drawing stuff, like when you're trying to draw a circle just fast enough to intersect things, that's kind of what I mean. Like it's still difficult to draw circles like this, but if you get someone who incredibly just focuses on speed and ask them to draw something the first time, they'll probably try to slow down a lot and it'll look like this. So that's a way to illustrate the difference between moving just fast enough to stop. So I have control in this way. I don't have control in going as fast as you can and then making like really like point to point movements, right? I mean, I can still do it relatively all right, but generally speaking, this property requires less finesse than this property. And it's a very big deal for what I do a lot of times. And that takes me away from, so I'm poo-poo at speed aiming, and I'm also poo-poo at speed tapping. That's just the way, like, that's the nature of it. And this is not a negative thing. I actually practice oaths to challenge myself in this. Me being challenged by speed aiming, like, and speed reading, we're about to get to the visual component. We haven't even touched the visual component yet. So this stuff makes it so that I'm poor at the rating system, right? It's not a bad thing, because I know in the context of all my skills that
I would naturally have an uphill battle against the rating system. So the idea is, even if I want to compare myself with other players, I already know I'm at a disadvantage. So why, in my opinion, why bother having my mindset revolve around the rating system? This is not to say that I can't admit, right? I'm already literally admitting that I'm at a disadvantage in the rating system. That's acceptance. However, I'm not going to use it to plague my mindset on not improving my own rating against myself, which the PP system does do very well. It tells you if you're improving compared to yourself sometimes, and specific parts of the rating system. Remember that the rating system also provides a rank, and that can warp someone's mindset to comparing apples and oranges. And no, it is comparing apples and apples when you're specifically only talking about the metrics. When I'm saying compare apples and oranges, I am a human perspective. Like, I'm using a human perspective. And I can't seem to spell perspective properly right now. Okay. So when I see a ranking, I see apples and oranges because I know the reality that I am at a disadvantage at the rating PP. So my mindset focuses on comparing apples to apples with a human perspective. And that's myself in the past versus myself in the present. Right? So this is my focus. What does the PP system do? It does not do this very well. It actually is incredibly poor at comparing your past with your present self, because the PP system is simplified in a way that reveals a rank that I just said compares apples and oranges. So if you're a person who has come to if you're an analytical person who knows a lot about your self-awareness and whatnot, ask yourself, how does it reflect a metric you're interested in and it's at your advantage or not? Because generally it will plague your mindset quite a bit. So for me, I don't use ranks because a ranking system is comparing human beings using metrics that are apples to apples. So a rank is an interpretation of the objective metrics. The metrics are objective. They are immutable. They are immutable apples to apples. But the rank itself is a comparison between apples and oranges. And for my lifestyle, I typically like to compare myself with myself. So it's not about rank. However, there are data in the PP system that gives you an idea of how you performed before and how you're doing now, like diff changes, speed changes, OD changes, approach rate changes. Those are the things you can utilize. So that's what I utilize. That's why I use long stream practice and the metrics that the PP system, the metrics in the game that also feeds into PP system, right? But I'm using the metrics. I'm not using the PP system to gauge how I'm progressing. And so happens if the PP goes up, that tells me a little bit about my rank, which tells me about the apples and oranges comparison. So how am I relatively as a human being in the prospects of the entire system? It's still an apples and oranges comparison, but you can find out if you're a shiny apple or a less desirable orange, or the other way around, right? You have to paint what a rating system tells you. That's just a little bit of a digression to, it's a deep cut, it's a really hot take into some of the things that I feel that is incredibly plaguing a lot of internet youngins out there. A lot of youth is having a so just a teaser for a digression, right? A potential digression here, which is not the focus of this section, by the way, is the idea, the difference between an objective metric and a subjective interpretation. Oftentimes, there's a leap of logic here for youngins out there, especially ones that don't handle a lot of data and just be told what the data says. Metrics are immutable, assuming it's not altered or doctored, or like assuming it's free of malicious misinformation. Metrics are immutable. They are objective. They do not, like, big do not, they do not lead to an objective interpretation, like objective conclusions. They don't. They just don't. I somewhere in the scape of somewhere in like the last 10 years of the internet renaissance or something, somehow what happened is objective observations, if it's based on quote-unquote evidence, it somehow leads to an objective interpretation. This objective interpretation is an oxymoron. A subjective interpretation is redundant. Interpretations are inherently subjective, because you're taking something mutable, so it can be more objective or less objective. So more evidence, more observations lead to more consistent objectivity per se. However, the person interpreting those metrics is a person. It's subjective. Now, what would happen if you remove that? Like, say you used an AI that has all the possible informations of the entire universe. Unfortunately, the AI doesn't have omniscient knowledge, because the creators don't have omniscient knowledge. So it still ends up being a selective interpretation, but it is more objective. The more comprehensive the knowledge is, and the person interpreting it becomes more objective. It doesn't ever suggest that it is objective. And this degree is a crutch, in my opinion. It's worth a slight digression here, because that's what rating systems have become. Like ratios, viewer engagement, what makes someone more qualified than another person. A lot of it comes with a grain of salt, or the ability to negotiate how reliable metrics are to subjective interpretation. So for me, what I just spent the first, this here is me interpreting with the facts I have given. So for example, I know I AD in different frequencies. I know that I speed up and slow down at specific places. And I know those things are true because they already happened. They are a way to reason my training. And my training is an interpretation of all these observations. They by no means achieve those things. I have to do that thing to see if it actually does achieve it. And I haven't even gone in that yet. Right? So let's get back. So we'll cover one last thing before we go into a summary of some of the things that improved or didn't improve towards the goal and whatnot, right? We'll talk about goals in a bit. So the visual component. This is where I might sound a little pessimistic about myself because it's very hard to overlook overall negativities in this. It's overall negative to me, the sentiments, but there are some pros. I'll talk about those in a bit. So visual component. My vision is the poopers. Okay? So I have very poopy vision. Like, very poopy vision. One of the things that affect me, and I know Peppy's, like, shout outs to Peppy, right? He has lots of he introduces lots of features and continue to push customization to the brink in his stuff. That's great. So I take advantage of that because my vision is the poopers. What's a great part of the customization that my vision is the poopers? Skinning, right? And especially skinning the gameplay area. And just for the record, no, skinning is not fair. And that's why it's amazing. Okay? So, before the competitor, the competitive nature and everyone talks about like, oh yeah, but the rating system, they have to standardize all the stuff. Yeah, in professional sports, normalizing and standardizing how people play is constantly, like, the normalization, or we call standards, in professional sports it's generally compromised with accessibility, right? Accessibility usually comes as the form of game features, and oftentimes these two are at odds with each other. They're inversely relational all the time. And someone in this 31 days have asked about what I think about OS tournaments, right? And long story short, in that video, greater accessibility, less standardization. So what does that mean? OS is casual forward. So if someone ever imagined OS to go official, right? Like super official, like we're talking about like MLG official, they would have to give up accessibility and make it hardcore. What does that do in the mindset of people? Well, less fun as a priority, more performance. If it's casual forward, more fun, maybe like slightly less performance. The reason why I say this is because this is already self-imposed by most little kiddos, right? Because you have a looming PP system. So imagine even more. if you are struggling right now mentally, to make the PP system, your relationship with the PP system, sustainable, and you're thinking, oh, I'll just play in tournaments and hope that the tournaments lead me to good things, right? Like, for example, a career. This is going really, really far. Like, we're skipping a ton of steps. So this is a very, very hot take leap of logic here. So if you are already wanting to have fun and your performance emphasis is pretty good because it's reinforced by the PP system, but you're struggling mentally to sustain this lifestyle, personally, the last thing you want to do is hope you go into a tournament setting and hope that the tournaments become more competitive forward and crush and sap the life out of your life force. It's no exaggeration. It will eat you alive. It will slowly eat you invisibly and reduce your quality of life. There is a difference between someone who has a mindset for professional competition versus someone who thinks it's fun first. Because when something becomes professional, it has to get closer to objectivity. So like it has to become more objective, aka more fair. And how do you get fairness? You get normalization and standards. It takes away accessibility. So if you're there saying like, oh yeah, you know, I can become a great OS player if they de-emphasized being fast because I'm not a speed player. That's accessibility. The great thing about how big the OS community is and how it continues to grow and find new people, new ways to play OS, like myself, is that accessibility is first, is king. And whenever Peppy has an interview and talk about features and customizations and know how to feel it out, he's really talking about accessibility. And I love that about the goated Peppy. He's often referring to accessibility. So that's a slight digression. So what do I do about my vision being poopy, right? My vision is the poopers. It's an incredibly terrible poopers. So what do I mean by pooper vision? Well, I have stigmatism. Now, how do I describe stigmatism? It might not be like exactly stigmatism. Or, sorry, not astigmatism. So if you have a circle and it's next to another circle, right? Say 1, 2, and then you have like an approach circle, right? Coming in, and another approach circle coming in. Depending on how fast it is, it's gonna, as things get faster, or as things move faster, this start looking like one circle with one approach circle. So oftentimes in a split second, this is what I see. If it looks like you can't resolve anything, it's because it sucks. My vision is the poopers. So things that can help with this is skinning, right? So you increase clarity, or you attempt to try to increase clarity, and then you reduce fashion a lot of times. For myself, it's a balance. I actually like fashion a lot because it helps with my mental state. And more on that in a little bit. My mental state is because I'm an intellectual forward player. If things don't look visibly interesting, right, I lose focus. What's the last thing you want to do in an OS game? Lose focus. And there's a very great example of this in the last week of playing OS, which I haven't done in a while. So you can increase clarity, you know, background dim. The reason why I'm choosing background dim is I realize that while this may increase clarity when you do background dims, it decreases fashion, as I call it, and it causes me to lose focus just as much. So now I have a battle between my pooper vision versus my visibly interest, right? So or aka focus. On the one hand, my pooper vision kind of makes me hyper focused, actually. The problem is because the reason why I'm hyper focused is because I can't see anything. Like, what the heck? What is this? What does this do? It slows me down. Right? I have pooper vision and I'm hyper focused on this. If I hyper focus on this, being an intellectually minded forward person, I end up slowing down. So I respond slower. This stuff is hecka overwhelming, man. How is this relatable to a lot of OS players? Well, if you like hitting and you like high AR, you like low density, right? But I have another problem. Things are not visually interesting when you hit high AR and low density. I lose focus. So it's a double whammy. So that's what I mean by it's overall negative. How do I compromise? So how do I practice this stuff? And where does long streams come into play? Well, one practice is to use long streams, right? And they're bundled together. So the maps I have low spacing, and streams in general have higher density. Now one of the wonders are like, but Maku, you have pooper vision. Don't it look like one big blur? Like, yeah, it does. It kind of actually sometimes look like one big blur, and then when I lose focus, it becomes even blurrier. Like I start losing my pacing. However, I have something that can work to my advantage. I can train how to start and see the cluster. So I see it as one big object. And I train to that one big object. What does that look like? Well, like a lot of OS players who like see a lot of circles next to each other, they land on the first note, right? And then know how to tap the rest. And that's what I've been doing. So the only part that is visible to me that's really well is what I call the head, although it's technically the tail, but you guys know what I mean. It's the head of the approach circle. So when I see the first approach circle, I'm actually literally focusing on the least overlap part, which is the left side. If the stream is going to the right, I'm legitimately just timing my taps to this half of the approach circle. And then how fast I go, how slow I go, right? Like if I'm speeding up or slowing down or something, I'm looking at the edge with respect to my tapping thing. I can't see the rest. Like it's really difficult for me to see these notes as I'm going. I'm actually just legitimately focusing on the parts that have the least overlap. So, what does this mean? Well, I can eventually get used to not relying on my pooper vision and get used to the feel of looking at clusters in a larger object. So this whole time, my recognition is getting longer and longer, but I also have to practice on smaller clusters. So this goes into the idea of patterns versus sight read. And usually my sight read becomes more reliable when my pattern recognition gets better. And the trade-off here is it takes way more time. Because if you're getting used to, you have to get used to all these different components, it's naturally just less time to train how reflexive you are, like responsive you are. And I'm sure most people have like some version of balance of this. For me, it is very hard to see things close together. And I'm actually simultaneously doing that. So I'm looking at long streams. They're all bundled together. So they're like the worst part of my pooper vision. And what's not so great about this? Well, it's not visibly interesting. It's just, one line going in a box, right? And that's challenging me as well, to try to stay focused while looking at something uninteresting. Although this last week we added the background back, which is kind of interesting. Instead of making it more distracting overall, I actually feel like it became less distracting. Like there was a noticeable increase in focus when I had more noise in the back. So not long enough to really know. So perhaps having a static noise thing in the back might actually be a blessing in disguise. So perhaps my original thought of increasing the background dim, right? Actually, this should be up. Like dimming out the background. Maybe it's a mix, like half background. So right now I was at 50% background dim. I don't know yet on that part. More on that later. So what's another pooper vision? No. I think this is the major one. This is the major pooper vision. The last component I'll briefly talk about is related to everything. So vision. So we have the pooper vision, right? And then we have the musicality. We'll call it musicality. So like the stuff about instruments and music and stuff. And then we tack on the strafing, right? Or I refer to as ADing, right? So these components, they all feed into the pooper brain. And that leads to the last one, which I'm only gonna slightly touch on because I didn't actually practice this. The way I structured this does not help me with these things. The things that I will highlight may help. So the pooper brain is reading. The reading component, right? So this means AR, right? AR, accuracy, component. Usually it's AR, right? And then how AR changes in its scope with BPM. So for me, since I have pooper vision, and then these things are ever present because we're doing long streams, pooper vision plays into the pooper brain a lot more, because AR and BPM, remember that AR and BPM will affect the relatives of the approach circle with respect to its hit circle. Why does that suck? Well, I didn't normalize this. I was thinking maybe I could be okay with it. So in order to train speed, you have to switch BPM, right? In order to train stamina, speed, basically get a good workout. Good workout. You need to vary BPM. If I stuck with 120 BPM, I would not have enough time in my entire life, like in a day cycle. It would take too long. 120 BPM would take greater than 16 hours for me to even hit a stamina problem. So that's unrealistic. So I have to vary BPM. However, thanks to Peppy and co, they actually integrated diff. They integrated the diff mod, right? The diff adjust and other things. I know these already exist as a third-party thing in OS stable. I just didn't use them because I didn't think it was necessary. I'm not a performance-minded person. I just want to test some stuff, right? So I could have normalized the AR, but I didn't for this one. I thought maybe it would be interesting to see how long. So these two really do affect, in combination, the approach circle relative to the object. I already explained how I visually look at long objects. And because I'm reliant on the relative approach circle to the hit circle, whenever there's an AR change or even slight accuracy change, like the OD timing, right? Because I hit at the earliest acceptable time, not in the middle. It's a weird pooper brain moment, but I generally hit as the early acceptable time. So I'm usually slightly earlier if I'm very comfortable. And it normalizes when the OD goes up. So I, have to shift back down. So ultimately, the ideal case is eventually at OD 10, the earliest time is pretty much right on time, right? This leads into a slight digression about slider heads and the change for slider heads. I can tell you now, whenever I play a new song, a new thing under this new rating system that's going to come up soon, this new act system, over 50% of my slider heads are going to be early. The way I condition myself to do things is often always at the earliest acceptable time. Not right on time. Earliest acceptable time. So when I hear music and stuff, I'm generally processing things in anticipation, not necessarily in response, because I'm an old pooper brain. I'm 36. I think about a lot of things, and I really don't condition myself and trust myself to respond to everything on time. I'm usually early. So that's why ACT is affecting my relative accuracy. And combine this with AR, It's a pooper scooper. So why didn't I change AR? Like, why didn't I made AR constant with the mod? Well, after the first or second week, I noticed this because now I have 2 map sets. Originally, I stuck with 1 map set, and there's only a few AR changes in there. A little, maybe after 2 or 3 weeks in, someone I know, gave me another map set by Digital Hypno, and he actually mapped it with ACK and approach AR changes throughout his set, which is different from the other ones. And it made me think, I should find out how long it takes me to adjust. And sure enough, there's a latency period. And we're talking about, while BPM stayed the same, right? There were 2 maps that had a specific AR and AC, which is the new. It used to be OD, but now it's just called accuracy in OS Laser. And then there's the baseline BPM map that I'm actually used to, trained on this, right? I was trained on this already previously, and it has a different one. There's a delta in AR and AC, and it's pretty dramatic. And even when I'm trained on this, right? Even when I train on this and I play these first and then go to this, there's still a latency period. And that just goes to show you how reliant I am on being consistent. So in the future, how's this interesting to me? Well, if I were to say want to gain PP, the idea is probably to have sessions. So how do I gain PP for my sub in this learning situation? And a lot of people would say, gain PP is a sign of improvement, right? It's a sign of improvement relative to all the apples and oranges out there, all you tiny goobers out there. How do I do that? Well, my sessions have to be curated. Maps have to be binned into BPMs, into ARs, and into ACK. In that order, actually. The more I bin, as in cluster them, the way I am now, I can reduce latency. I can also reduce a lot of the other things. My poo-poo vision, the latency and the poo-poo vision, right? And that's where the poo-poo brain and poo-poo vision is. So in this training, I'm trying to condition out of musicality and condition out of ADing. Those are ever present. They can never, I can't intellectually cluster things to remove these things. These are the mechanical things that I'm working on. My poo-poo vision and my poo-poo reading, you can't see that. It's very difficult if someone were to watch those videos to know what the heck is going on there. You only have my words. Oh yeah, okay, now we're gonna switch here. The first 30 minutes is gonna be rough. And my goal was to reduce latency. So it did reduce. We'll cover that in a bit. So yeah, those are some of the things. So as a summary to myself in the future, supervision, right? We're gonna say musicality interference. Why can't I spell this? Musicality interference. These are the things that I bring to the table that I intellectually wanted. We got pooper brain, which is often focus oriented. And then other games. usually referring to ADing. So, other activities, right? Other games. So, these are the things I keep in the back of my head. While then, we map out our main goal. Right? Main goal deals with tapping. Tapping has hardware delta, software delta. And we talked about this already. Rapid trigger, 3 buttons. And then we have mechanics. Right? And we talked about this. Ring finger and index finger, as opposed to middle and index. Right? Those are the quote-unquote main goals. Short-term goals are these things that we discussed. And usually short-term goals mean making observations about them in the background. Right? These things. And then, of course, we have alternative goals, which most people do not do. They don't go into this one. Alternative goals, which is using a tool to measure data. And then upon reflection, what are other goals? A great example, which I've already alluded to a couple times, the background dim. That is something was not anticipating that, but I might as well try it anyways, and I did. And it led to something that I wasn't paying attention to. So usually most people, like if I say those little noggins, you goobers out there, you stop at main goal. Generally, it's just main goal. And then often it's linear. So it would look like this, as opposed to holistically looking at other things. There's a trade-off. In order to do all of these things, you have to be intellectually minded. Enough to not be overwhelmed. Right? So I am not an experienced OS player, relatively speaking, right? When we talk about the people who might be intellectually minded or possibly overwhelmed by all these things. Generally speaking, this becomes less overwhelming to an experienced OS player by getting experience. So that would rely on intuition. When you do intuition through experience, things become less overwhelming. For me, I'm not an experienced OS player in the sense of proficiency, but I'm already intellectually minded to not be overwhelmed by all this. So I don't have to be necessarily experienced to gather the data that I require from all this. The alternative way is to be a youngin who plays a lot, gain all those experiences, and be able to eventually juggle all this one at a time. So they have time on their side. Time, long practice, hard work, and then you start scratching all these off slowly. Like just slowly through exploration. The downside of this is there's a really high chance to end up hyper-focusing on one of these things. So there's a really great chance you're gonna end up like in that process. My approach, well, I'm not gonna end up becoming really experienced to end up hyper-focusing. I generally stay intellectually minded. And that's the trade-off. If I don't get a lot of singular experience, then I don't have the tendency to end up hyper-focusing. The balance here is the difference between the relationship between a teacher, coach, and a player. So if you have someone who is at an advisory role, and the the literal, I don't know what you call this, the user, we'll call it the user, then generally you have the balance of both of these, right? And it obviously, between the user and the advisor, there must be trust. That's kind of what I typically am. I'm generally the person who is in an advisory role, not a person who's a user. But in order to be a better advisor, I need to at least be able to perform foundations of what the user does. So really, that's what these 31 days were about. How to resolve some of the stuff that I encounter as a user, not an advisor. Will I ever wear a bunny outfit on stream and cover yourself in oil? That sounds like a very, very degenerate and inconsiderate and disrespectful question, but I'll entertain the answer. The answer is no. But thanks for asking. All right, so what have I learned? So let's talk about all the things that I can take on to the next one. So what happened? What happened in 31 days? And these are going to be hot takes. Generally speaking, this is the internet hustle culture right here. Internet hustle culture alert. So be warned. In order to really appreciate what I'm about to say, requires that someone has done 31 days consecutively and approach all the things that I talked about across 31 days in order to really know what these words mean. However, I'll try my best to summarize a lot of these things. There's a reason why I don't have short form formats yet. Maybe there's a way to make short form formats lead to long-term formats, and that's kind of what I'm negotiating right now. So this is the internet hustle culture section. What happened in 31 days? Day 1, and then we'll say day 15, and then day 31. When it comes to the main goal, which is tapping, at day 1, we were uncomfortable at 120 BPM. At day 15, we were, and what I mean by uncomfortable, we're talking about strain is the metric here. So strain, at 15 days, it was around 185 BPM. And then at the end of 31 days, we have around 160 BPM. That's what happened. And how does that look? It looks something like this. So we have a delta of 40 BPM for the long term. This is where we would classify as fatigue, like going into the fatigue phase. This would be peak, right? Which is 185 BPM. And then this is start. So this is like the rest, right? The rested state. So what does that mean? We have a tapping potential of 185. So this is potential. But we have a stable 160. And we started at 120. So because of a positive delta, this is a job well done, right? After rest, when maybe I'll come back in another 2 or 3 weeks, the expected rate is that stability is likely to shift closer to 185 due to resting. Because the baseline isn't going to be 120 anymore. The baseline is... So, like, if you take all of this and you rest, as in long-term rest, not for the short term. And this is all relative. Short term would be like the daily rest. The daily rest I had was a 12-hour period, roughly around a 12-hour period. But I still only sleep 8 hours, right? You're really, really resting when you're actually sleeping. So we're talking about long term, say like 2 weeks. Give it a number so that I don't rely on relative words. Relative words are very deceptive. So 2 weeks. The baseline should increase, ideally for myself, historically. I am getting older, so these increases might be a little... There's a chance eventually there'll be overestimates. So the baseline is probably going to be 140 to 150 in the first phase. If I were to repeat the 31 days, I'm not going to actually do that. More on that in just a little bit. So it'll be 140 to 150. The peak would be probably 220. Is where I already know this previously because we have to keep in mind that now we're talking about ring finger and index, not middle. So not middle and index. So not this one. And then the baseline would be conservatively, I would say, for stability, it would probably be around 180 to 190 BPM, which is where I left off, by the way, with middle and index. So I would be quite close to this, and it will still be a delta of 40 BPM. But what happened is the baseline increased from resting. And this is what I mean by when you get to a certain proficiency, right? When you get to a certain proficiency of mastery, your rest period is probably going to exceed your mechanical period, your active period. Because while this delta is probably going to start decreasing, as in, like, the next time I train, right? This, I'm hoping to get a 40 BPM delta, but there's a chance this is going to be like 170-ish. But what you're gaining here is also a delta of 20 BPM while you're resting. So ideally, if this is still like a 10-20 delta, right? A 20 delta in BPM, you have to remember that you are also gaining delta by your baseline improvements from resting. Eventually, the delta from performing, like this section, this 20 is going to go down. It's going to become like 1 BPM. I mean, it's not really 1 BPM. Let's just say like 5 BPM or something. Like a unit that they separate. Your rest is probably going to be more consistent. So like at some point you might be gaining like 5 BPM just from resting from your baseline, because consistency goes up from resting. Whoops. And your performance delta will go down. It'll be like maybe 0 to like 2 BPM change. So at some point when you get really, really close to your max, how rested you are versus like unrested, right? Versus active. Rested versus active. This ends up becoming more consistent over time because it's really hard. You're really taxed, like just incredibly taxed in the moment. So you work really, really hard, right? It gets harder and harder. Resting doesn't get harder and harder. It gets it's just consistently always, helping you out in a fixed way. There is a caveat to this. You can improve resting. So sometimes it may seem like you only improve when you're playing, right? Only improving while playing. But here's a hot take. It's kind of spicy. Your rest hygiene might be so low that it makes you feel and believe that you are only improving while you're playing. And usually, the hot take is it's your mental status. So while you're actively playing and pogging out, you're excited. You got dopamine sometimes, most of the time. Dopamine. You can see and actualize improvement. You can't while you're resting. Like it's very difficult. Like until you actually do this, right, after resting, you won't know because you're resting. So oftentimes there's a really big de-emphasis on resting that generally eats away at the quality of life of an athlete. Any type of athlete. We're not even talking about O's at this point. And oftentimes it's the staggering nature of how detrimental your mental status. And not that it's bad or good, it's that you've conditioned yourself so much on one end that you're not taking advantage of another untapped resource. So generally speaking, whenever an OS player, I would say, across my time, I would say it's safe to say over 50% of 99th, that's a little, let's just say 95th percentile. That means you're in the top 5%, by the way, in case we have little goobers that aren't used to saying percentile, or this would also mean top 5% of players. So on performance, like let's just use the PB rating system. I would say over half of them, which top 5%, there's a lot of players. That's a lot of players. And I'm making it very conservative because I'm saying above 50%. Let's say up to 75% of them. And then if we increase this like 90 percentile, right? This would go, I would say, would go up to 90% of the players. If they walked away and took a longer break than 2 months, when they come back, there will be a huge delta in their baseline performance, less of a delta in their active performance. But because the baseline is raised, overall, when they become active again, it'll be an improved delta on their performance. And this delta usually comes from their mental state improving. And on top of that, this is still dependent on how rigorous they are. So a lot of times, another contributing factor is recovery, like literal recovery, not just mental, but physical recovery. Usually this is less so because you still rest like physically in the interim, because what is physical is a lot more detectable. It's a lot more intuitive to see physical recovery. So there's still like, 2-day rest periods, right? 2-day rest here and there, or things like that. The stuff that I'm really happy to see that it's emphasized for all those little goobers out there, because at least you're not getting RSI. At least I hope the vast majority of, and we're talking about The reason why I'm choosing particular percentiles is because as they go up, as a certain amount, this becomes more and more reliable. We're not talking about like casual people or anything. We're talking about performance-oriented people, right? So hopefully they're avoiding RSI in the short term or in the long term, but exercising short-term protection from physical recovery. But mental recovery is like, we're talking about years now. We're not talking about months. We're talking about years. And that's depending on how long you like to play certain things. There are people who won't ever play long enough, right? If we're going down to like the 50th percentile, then this becomes less and less of a problem. Because if you take the average people, they would not have played to an extent that extends and cuts into their mental state. So if you're in the 90th percentile, it is highly likely that your sleep hygiene, your dietary concerns, and everything else is probably affecting your rested state far more than your active playing at this point. There's a lot of other things involved, but this is just to highlight what my thoughts are regarding this stuff, because I do this a lot with most of my training. So what did I take away from this? Personally, I don't think I need to go 31 days. I actually think I can reduce this to 2 weeks. So I can go from 4 weeks to 2 weeks. Because what I'm interested in is a baseline increase. Right? I'm interested in a baseline increase and getting to my rested state faster, getting to rest quicker. Right? I feel like if I go here, which is consistent, like the 3 to 4 weeks, it's okay. I can cut this out because then I'll just go into rested state faster. Like I basically determined where my peak was. And then instead of forcing myself to do more volume training to get a stability, I can sacrifice some of that consistency and save 2 weeks. There is a chance when I do this though, when I do the 2 week thing, it might shift. I don't know yet. But generally speaking, I could just do a 2 week regiment, reach my peak, and then rest and hope that the baseline increase still happens without me having to do 2 more weeks. So it's not clear if I go into fatigue, if that is necessary to raise my baseline after rest. So I don't know. Usually I do in months period. That's why I've done 31 days this time around. So that's the hot take part. Like if you do something and you reach 3 phases, which is like the early peak, then like your steady state phase, if you do that, you can possibly determine for you what your graph looks like what your duration looks like. Sometimes it can be 6 months. Like you can stretch it out as long as you want, and you figure out through your record recording where is your peak, where you're plateauing, and then you can properly time your rest periods. I did this. I start with 1 month all the time. If it's running, if it's climbing, if it's something, I start with 1 month first. Get a rough idea of where it is. Then I try to become more efficient. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to try to cram my 4 week planning. So my routine for my 4 week is going to somehow get compressed into 2 weeks, which liberates 2 extra weeks. So during the next experiment, I plan for 2 weeks and see if I need the other 2 weeks, or like what I can do in addition to the other 2 weeks. what happens now is I still use up 4 weeks, but now I get 4 weeks of previous work done in 2 weeks, and then liberate 2 extra weeks to do something else or do something related to this, right? That's how you become more efficient. So that is the repetitious nature of becoming sustainable while safely increasing load. And it doesn't have to be this dramatic. This is really dramatic, because like cutting down from 4 weeks to 2 weeks is kind of absurd. That's a 50% length reduction, right? More as you become more comfortable, you kind of know how far extreme you can be. Some people can start with, well, instead of 4 weeks, you can start with, the 4 weeks could be 28 days, right? You can reduce that to 25 days next time. So only decrease and change where you feel you're willing to risk stuff. For me, I cut things by half all the time because of I feel I have a fairly decent grasp of these kind of things, right? So it can be very steady. And think about it, in 12 months, if you're cutting down by 3 days, in 12 months you had four like 10% increases in efficiency, because 28 days is about 3 days. Cutting down from 28 days is about 10%, right? 3 into 30, about 10%. And you do that 4 times. Oh, or you actually, if you had a year and you do that every month with like a week's day, you can probably squeeze in 10 drops. That's an increase in 30% efficiency from where you started. So things like that, if you just keep narrowly chipping away, in 1 year you can almost become 50% efficient too. Like, that's incredible. Cutting down 50% is a really big number. Oftentimes when we're talking about people that are in the 95th percentile or higher, we're talking about like 1% differences or less than 1% differences. I'm cutting down by 50% because I'm a filthy casual. I have so many things that I can holistically improve while playing OS. So naturally my numbers are more extreme because I don't play OS that much. I don't consistently play OS. So I have beginner gains and retraining gains all over the place to obtain. So naturally, even though this may seem extreme, whatever I do with those 2 extra weeks are gonna substantially improve an aspect of the game that I haven't played. Like if I spend 2 weeks playing Mania, that's still an insane delta, right? So just keep that in mind, right? Anyways, so that's one of the take homes. I have a baseline BPM increase, right? Hot take. I got faster because I used my fingers to get faster. Who would have thought, right? Well, here you go. This is a slightly more detailed version of figuring out what it means to me and maybe to other people and whatnot, right? Let's do another hot take. So in terms of main goals, we also wanted, I mean, that was really just the main goal, right? Which is tapping. Oh, thank goodness I held on to that. Hardware, right? There's some main goals. Like we were testing hardware and software. So the other main goal was to test the uwu, whereas most people call it the uwooting. I don't know, something like that. Or the Wooing. I don't know. We're talking about the wooting. The wooting ooh keypad, right? If you watched the first video, I already talked about why this is not a coincidence. Because 2 years ago, I was pretty sure this was going to happen. So the idea was, I just wait for it, right? And if it doesn't happen, right? I was pretty sure it was going to happen, but if it didn't happen, then I wouldn't have done anything. It would just stay the same. That's a very high possibility. I was going to say 80% chance, because I already knew a little bit of the history of looting when it comes to their product. Like they did talk about it too. Like there was this product kind of conceptually was a thing for a while as well. So what was that like? Well, the main goal was just to it was integrated to using my ring finger, right? An index finger. And I want to say it's kind of fine. So let's break it down to day 1, right? Day 1, day 15, and day 31. So what are the just like hot takes for looting stuff? This one is a little tougher since I did switch up fingers, but obviously I had some middle finger tapping every once in a while, even though the middle button was deactivated in day 1. So occasionally I would end up using my middle finger instead of my ring finger in day 1. Then it was all gone. All good here. All good. And then by the end, I have double tapping. And by double tapping, I mean mistapped ring finger. That means my ring finger went up and down too fast. And the way I knew this was around this section, we used an alternate. We used an alternate conversion on OS laser, which means our cursor blinks red when 2 taps were on the same key. And the same key happens with my ring finger. My ring finger went up, then down too quickly before my index finger actuated. So this is related to the looting, because the way this works is that this is too fast because I don't have clean hits, right? Or clean taps. So if my ring finger begins to fatigue, it will be closer to it. My index finger have cleaner actuations because I used to use a non-rapid trigger. And also higher actuation. Overall, higher actuation stuff. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Like, this might be a little bit negligible, but, you know, MX threads. In the end, it's still more sensitive because the travel distance is different. The default travel distance in the software for the Lecker switches is like barely a tap. Like if you accidentally like wiggled the keycap, you could cause an actuation. And this, what does this do? This looks like this graph right here. Basically, I still had double tapping early on and mistapping. However, I also had middle finger issues. But somewhere around here, around day 15, everything was pretty darn good. Then suddenly I fell into a complacent area where my ring finger was just either fatigued, you know, from all the use, or it's getting messier, right? Messier lifts. And while that's happening, it's actually increasing in speed. So the ups and downs is getting faster. Just unforeseen circumstances. So it worked to my advantage around day 15, somewhere around there, where I was still rested and, you know, feeling pretty spry. And then when I started leaning in to the final week, there's all this stuff. I don't know what to make of it. Today was exceptionally prominent, and it's pretty obvious when it happens because we now have an indicator of how it works. So again, what this leads me into is I want to shorten my practice to 2 weeks and see if I don't need, because I don't know how this is going to affect. It sounds really negative. It kind of looks like this might be can create a prolonged problem. So I might want to avoid this. This all sound like it's neatly leaning towards 2 weeks is because I already came up with all this idea, right? Like before today, I already saw this pattern as I'm going. Every single day, I'm adjusting what I'm about to do in the future constantly. So every day I have, when the stream goes off, I'm thinking about the new day. I'm thinking about the new day. So I don't stop thinking about the task. And overall, it seems like everything leads to a conclusion, an interpretive, subjective conclusion, is because I'm telling you all the hustle culture hot takes on how this sounds very convincing. Just saying. If someone were to observe me like a professor or a mentor and doing something else, they would be there in the process and offer counter examples or other things. But I'm doing this alone, right? By myself. So conclusions always seem very neat and conclusive, right? Because I'm looking for patterns. I'm not looking for counter examples. Just saying. Just making sure. It sounds really neat. Like, hey, wow, even the hardware and software experience kind of reflects that. Yeah, well, kind of. So, I mean, what's a hot take about this? It's probably very similar to if you looked at, I don't know, the 10 most popular OS representatives. The idea is like, it's a meh, right? It's a meh. Software works. Hardware works. Results may vary. Right? That's probably the impression you'll get if you like take your 10 most popular OS representatives and then use it. So, where do I get from this? How do I, as a non-OS player, offer my perspective? Hardware? I got like, you can usually use value propositions. I think mine was like 60 plus the shipping. So like, this is the total. It was around 60 with the shipping. And then we're talking about rapid trigger, right? So you are getting 3 buttons, right? Which is like 3 switches. I think you get a spare switch, maybe 2 spare switches. So this is kind of steep, sure, because full keyboards with probably comparable pragmatic use and functionality for maybe another 20, probably fairly comparable hardware, right? And or 60, you might actually be able to, on a good day, find comparable hardware. So yeah, there's that side. Alternatively, for me, space and convenience. So actually, we'll roll this up into form factor. And I love the form factor. For 60, I'm paying for the form factor. And then 60 goes into the software, right? Rapid trigger. And then for hardware, I forgot about this. Lecker switches. Arguably, I don't know if this is proven yet or not. Higher durability, right? And here's my personal spin on things. 60. Ask yourself, what is your value? What is your value system? My value system is time. So, if I am going to buy something that I know I'm comparing something that will last me greater than 20 years, I don't even need that. I don't even need 20 years. Last me greater than 10 years versus something that lasts me more than 10 years. You see where I'm going with this? So, Uwu, at least greater than 10 years. That's conservative, by the way. That cutoff isn't that. It's actually probably greater than 10 years for me. And then a great keyboard, what have you, what have you, like a full size or a 60% or a 75% keyboard, greater than 10 years. What is the difference between 10 years and 10 years in the scope of me playing OS? Statistically insignificant. So if you go around peddling, like, I'm not going to peddle that objectivity, but interpretive conclusion is that $60 you're paying one time for a product you'll probably use for its purpose for the rest of its lifetime and probably never return after that. So if I were gonna buy a product for a very specific purpose, it's got to be a banger of a product, regardless of how expensive it is. There is an upper limit, absolutely, but 60 is not that upper limit. So when you're talking about investing forward from a psychological standpoint, your time, in my opinion, is the most important. If you buy a $60 keyboard and full keyboard and you're using it, all the other keys at the same time, absolutely go for it. It's a better value for your money. If you're gonna buy a keyboard that isn't the Wooting keypad and you're only gonna use 4 of the keys on that keyboard, you aren't getting more value. You're getting more potential, and that potential is lost in value if you never use it. So if you have a keyboard that lasts 10 years and you have a keyboard that lasts a keypad that lasts more than 10 years, and by 10 years you want a new keyboard for the 8 billion million reasons that technology doesn't stay the same, and you want a Uwu keypad that lasts 10 years that has technology that may or may not change as well, you're never gonna get the value. You're statistically unlikely to get the value of everything you're rationalizing objectively. So what I mean by that is, yes, you get way more keys per dollar, way more switches per dollar. The only way that per dollar value is relevant to this discussion is that you're actually using them the entire time. And some might argue, oh, but if the switches fail, I can switch to new keys. It's like, well, you're not using those keys at the time the other switches are still useful. So you are linearly applying the value over time. If you can't possibly use the whole value of a keyboard, improving the value of what you have increases its value. So what I mean is, the 3 Lecker switches, the form factor, the software, and the hardware makes it that the 3 keys you're buying has an edge in value per key. Like, in a different way. Like, if you have to reduce the apples and oranges comparison. A keyboard that has, like, I don't know how many keys a keyboard has. Let's just say 100. That's 97 more keys than a keypad. And you argue that that's less than $1 per key. Like, well, yeah, I absolutely agree, objectively. Do you have $100, that value of dollars in all the keys every time you go to use the keyboard? The answer is no. When you buy, like me, I don't even get the full value of the Uwu keypad either. I actually only use 2 of the keys, of the 3 keys. That's it. So I actually have a diminished return as well. I'm only going to use 2 keys. So that's, in my opinion, is how you evaluate interpretively and subjectively reliable stuff. Not objectifying it, using hyper objectivity to never get the value of your keyboard. This happens a lot. So in technology, people will sell you, it's customary to design a product that gives you so many features and then jack up the price. So when you buy the features, you got to ask yourself, are you getting to use those features? In this case, the most common argument is that the Wooting is overpriced, especially the keypad. And I can probably tell you, if you're buying a Wooting HE, or I think it's called an HE, right? Wooting HE already, and you're a person that gets more than 10 years out of the Lecker switch, we won't know because Wooting hasn't been around for 10 years, right? But they did, their laboratory stuff would suggest, like when they stress test the stuff, would suggest probably the casual host player might be able to get 10 years out of it or something like that. Where was I going with this? Oh, time. Time will likely place things into perspective. And for me, if I'm gonna buy something for 2 keys, you bet your great dollar that I'm gonna make sure those are some of the 2 best keys that go for the lifetime of whatever activity I'm doing. Because if they go past that lifetime, it doesn't matter how long or how much value you're getting, you're never going to use it. It's kind of like the whole saving money, right? Here's another hot take, just to evaluate it. When you save money, you're saving it for what ifs, and that's really healthy. What is also true when you're saving money is you're not using the money. So the money actually doesn't ever have a value if you never use it. This is how, in my opinion, lots of little goobers, in my opinion, all the little youngins think about when they think about objectivity, when they think about metrics. Well, metrics don't give you a measure of value. Your mind and your human being, being a human being, gives you that value. A value system, the whole concept of value is interpretation from the person. So the next time you go and think about this, in my opinion, if you're going to play OS and you absolutely know you're going to play more than 10 years of OS habitually and unconditionally, then maybe go buy a keyboard that has the same stuff, and maybe that keyboard will serve you well. There are other ways to argue the counter argument, which is the keyboard you can use to type, right? You can use to type and write and all that stuff. So those are the things you focus on. Features that may actually be a return on investment. When someone goes and say they're going to buy the best pen tablet they can, right? The best 10 for OS gameplay, and then they rationalize, well, I mean, it's money well spent. I could use it for other things. If you have to think about what you have to use for other things, you're probably not going to do it. And because of that, that offers zero value. You're still going to make a decision based on zero value, but that's just how wonderful the human brain works. I bought my pen tablet to do artwork, and I did artwork first. Then I played OS. So my entire value of buying a tablet was based on just the thing that will give me value. So what did that number mean to you? You don't buy on promises. You buy on like the actual return, right? That's kind of how money works. You're saving on the promise that it will become useful or valuable in the future. Until it is used, you get zero value. So in order to rationalize your purchase of, like, in order for me to offer my 2 cents about the Uwu, right? The Uwu keypad. If you play OS, and you play OS like me, for example, that's the disclaimer. If you play like me, which I would say I play in the 70th to the 80th percentile, so above average. I would be at least in the 80th percentile. That's a lot of time. That's more time than some people play competitive games. So if you're anywhere near me, it's unfathomable, yes, that $60 value. Obviously shipping is going to vary between where, because Wooting uses specific shipping, and then they pay for the shipping. They don't have like wholesale agreements with, so shipping may increase and decrease the value. And I didn't buy like other things for the keypad. This is just the base model, right? It's absolutely worth it if you have taken consideration of time, how much you're gonna do with that time. I had an Etsy before this, so in order to frame this, my previous keypad was in a vendor from Etsy. It was 3D printed. It was clearly 3D printed. It's like 2 pieces of plastic, like flat, and I'm talking about like this is a side profile of the keycaps. It was completely flat. It's just a rectangle from the side profile, right? 2 of these, 2 MX red switches, right? And it lasted greater than 4 years with greater than 2,000 hours. Now I purchased this. It's still here, like it's still just chilling on the shelf and still working as promised. So with all of that, and now I'm buying this. Also, something that's always worth mentioning, 4-year warranty is Wooting's thing, 4-year warranty, right? So, just to put it in perspective, up to this point, all my experiences on OS, all the things I'm talking about and recorded, it's only been around 4 years. Wooting has a 4-year warranty on the regular use of their keypad. Not to mention that it probably lasts way more than 4 years. So if you had to buy something, I would probably buy a feature set that is completely relevant and that product exceeds whatever you're going to do. There's no way I'm buying another keypad. And, well, there is some ways. However, it's not dependent on my value proposition here. Wooting will continue to give out the same value for the foreseeable future. No more, no less. I'm not weighing on the potential of its value. Like, oh, what if it gets phased out by another technology? What if the key failed and stuff? It's like, no. 4 years. At least 4 years. Am I going to be playing OS for another 4 years? It's kind of hard to know if I'm even going to be playing OS for another 4 years. So, there you go. Highly recommended. And the rapid trigger, I would say, again, I echo a lot of the representatives. It's a meh. It varies. Results may vary. It impacts me substantially. So I've already mentioned how it impacts me substantially. And it deals with finger fatigue. Finger fatigue will make your mileage really, really varied. So if you're a 90th, 95th percentile, you're probably going to be pretty meh about it. Because imbalance in finger fatigue. So this bleeds into another thing I'm going to talk that I talked about earlier, which is I think for the most part I'm going to try to balance my training between my index finger and ring finger. So I'm going to try to avoid ring finger dominance. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I think generally speaking then I will only play OS until my ring finger fatigues. That's it. So like yeah, I can probably single tap for fun and all that stuff. No continuing if my ring finger fails. And try to keep it balanced, because when you have an imbalance between your two fingers, in my opinion, rapid trigger kind of does you dirty. It really makes it dirty. Like, it dirties up the consistency. At least that's how I feel about it. If you're someone like me who raises up and down based on when I want to, like if your mindset is always, oh, I should move one of my fingers because I hear something, not I must complete this action before I move on to the next action. If you're thinking like me, where I must move, like ADing, rapid trigger is the GOAT. Like it's really complementary. Only when you have the dexterity to hold your hands static. So when your finger fatigues, you no longer have fine control over it. It lags. It doesn't, really strictly controlled. So if you have steady hands and you don't get like all jiggly and shaky and whatnot, rapid trigger is a godsend. It's really wonderful because you can legitimately feel like you're not tapping at all. I had a few moments in there where it felt like I tapped too lightly and I missed taps, and I was testing the upper limit of how lightly I can tap. But if you're bottoming out and you're like a human metronome, right? And it's not about the whole flexibility of actuating when you want it to actuate, regardless of how on time you are. It's gonna be meh. And then if you have like a style where you have asymmetry, basically you're really good at single tapping, then it's gonna be very muted terms, and this is in line with what most people say about I would say the vast majority of OS representatives say it's very specific to streaming. It's very specific to alternating, and alternating in a even pace with even force and whatnot. It caters towards the idea that you have control between the two fingers. When you're single tapping, you really don't notice that much. But if your single tapping leads to dominance and you're playing through your dominance, right? It's gonna come out. It's gonna highlight it. I think rapid trigger actually makes it worse or less consistent. So what is a great example? Those people who like continue to go faster and faster. It's like, yeah, you know, I hit faster, but it's less consistent. Yes, because generally speaking, it captures all your inconsistencies. That's what rapid trigger does, right? It captures the slight hesitations, the slight shakes, the finger falling behind. So if you're not really steady, and the more rapid, ironically, the faster you get, you're definitely going to hit those notes, just not very you sacrifice consistent timing. In a perfect world, you can have both, I would say. Like, it's great if someone is like rapid triggering and at the same time have that bottoming out consistency forever and never get fatigued or never gets like lose focus or have a pooper brain and a pooper vision. So that's a summary of that main goal, right? We'll do one more like main goal. Those were the main goals, by the way. So what have we covered so far? It's around 3 hours now. The wooting, woo, right? That was one of the main goals. You see, I don't know how other people feel, but I'm sure it's pretty apparent that it's less and less interesting when you start talking about main goals, because the main goals are very straightforward and it's not as exciting. It's what everyone else is doing usually, and I have less to say about them. So wooting, tapping, right? We covered those, which is the ring finger, introducing of the ring finger. And BPM went up, right? What's another property? No, that's it. That's it. BPM went up. I guess we could also say stamina went up. And stamina went up because I covered this a little bit already. That day one, we'll divide it into the same things again. Day 1, day 31. This was about 1 hour. 1 hour-ish. Average. Right? We're talking about averages. Then this went about 3 hours. Then it hit around 2 hours of on time. And then in addition, the BPM range was 120 to 150. Then it was 120 to 185. And then 120 to 160. So even the number of objects. The reason why BPM is important is the number of objects, because the average song length was still relatively consistent. And then the song length is captured by the average session time, right? So overall, right, stamina went up. Because we're talking about the delta between day 1 and day 31, with the peak delta of these two. And that's like a, you know, 1 hour and 3 hours is a lot. That's 3 times more. And even this delta, 1 hour to 2 hours, is double the amount. So it's really big. And all 3 of these days is ring fatigue. So my gauge across all of these is ring fatigue. There is something that can diminish this readout. Ring fatigue can be unreliable because you might have, over time, you might have increased pain tolerance. So I won't go into too much about how pain tolerance works because it varies quite substantially. My metric for ring fatigue is the feeling, which is pain tolerance. So that can vary because pain tolerance can go up. So another indicator would be by the end would be double tapping, as in tapping the same key back to back, not double tapping as in both keys going down. Like the ring finger would hit twice or skip, and then the index finger would actuate twice or something. That's what I mean. So that's an indicator of ring fatigue. And then the other one is which is the same, it's related. So messier lifts. Lifts and actuation. And in the end, like by here we use the alternate mod to tell this better, like visually. Earlier on, we just guessed, like sort of, if there's like a miss or a sudden stutter, like the amount of stutters would indicate ring fatigue, like consistent stuttering. So that's how we tell for that. So BPM went up, stamina went up, great. We're gonna be like a delta of 40 BPM and a delta of like 2 hours, right, for peak. It's really just 1 hour, which is great. The delta is like 200%, man. And this is like okay, this one not as helpful because BPM is exponential, right? BPM is exponential. Time is largely linear, right? Like the relationship in time. So this 40 BPM means less depending on the range, right? We're talking about a delta 140 is going from 120 to 160. It would be different if I said 160 to 200 because the difficulty is exponential. So we'll just keep that in mind, but it's a delta of 40, right? And those are our main goals. That's it. Like, this is where 90% of OS players would stop, like turn off their brain. Like, yep, that's it. This was meh. Let's go make a YouTube video about this and then have our thoughts. And then if I'm training speed, right, BPM, and stamina, they went up. Awesome. Neat. Right? So to wrap this up, I'm going to add a few more things. And these are going to come, we're going to call this the lightning round. That says lighting round. I can't spell lightning. Wow. 1 second. I gotta redo that. I have to redo that. Sorry, that was a little pepega. The light. Oh my gosh! Now I wrote lit. Okay, all right. Let me try this again. Lightning round. So let's offer some new stuff. Some stuff that were the alternative goals, and short-term goals. So some stuff that I've learned that might not be useful in the future because I need to do something else. I learned how to follow AR8 and AR7. So between AR8 and AR7, low space streams. And the deeper cut here is approach circle that I mentioned before. Approach circle head. So the head of the approach circle is what I'm well, actually, that we're gonna use the word tail, because you're actually following, like, the approach circle is getting smaller, right? And it's constantly getting smaller. If you're imagining all the, so like the approach circles look like this, right? Right? So I'm following this. I'm following the tail of the approach circle. So I'm fairly competent now and comfortable between AR8 and 7 at following the tail of approach circle in low space streams. And by low space stream, I'm qualifying that they overlap at least at like 5%. So the space, the area of the circles are at least 5% overlap. They have to be touching, very visibly touching. So this is something I haven't done haven't done really well, especially on the ring finger. And yeah, so there you go. Another thing, the timing, especially emphasis on the early timing of AC8, or formerly known as OD, the OD8, right? Not 7, because 7 and lower, OD 7 and lower has been my comfort zone. So even on streams, it is flexible enough to accommodate that. So what does this mean? Like the early timing in AR8? Well, there are some side effects to this. Technically, I'm more on time. Or in another way to say it, less early. And this is intentional. To tell people what it's like to be in my head. I'm intentionally being more on time because I'm less early. When I'm early at OD7, when I'm on time at OD7, I am early on OD8. So now I am on time on OD8, which I can use to be on time in OD7. So my OD7 stuff technically improved, but it's my comfort zone. So even if it isn't, I'm more on time in OD7. So overall, I'm more on time or less early in general. Intentionally. Because I always pick the earliest opportunity to see it. Because approach circles it still sucks for me. It's still a blur, right? It's still a blur. Was that it? I had one more point about this, didn't I? No, that's it. Yeah, we'll highlight that. That's it, right? So those are I wasn't focused on these things, but it's a natural consequence of all the confounding figures. These are confounding variables that either improved or got worse. And I largely focus on the things that I improved. There are quite a lot of things that didn't improve, and one of them was like the rapid trigger thing that clearly didn't improve. And all the stuff that I'm saying, right? All the stuff that I'm saying follows a curve like this. In terms of performance, like delta in performance follows a curve like this. So there was a time where I improved, like in a unidirectional, then I didn't improve, and then there was steady state. So this delta here has lots of different issues that I noticed, and I highlighted a bunch of them. But generally speaking, all these hot takes are this delta. So where I became steady state and where I started. So that's why it always looks like I'm improving, because I'm taking my baseline performance versus my final performance, as opposed to my baseline performance, my peak performance, which most people will take most of the time. That's how the framework happens with people, like younger people who are measuring. They are looking at their peak versus their baseline. And then when they look at negative things, they're looking at their peak versus their steady state. And what happens over time is this steady state is going to get closer and closer to your peak, right? And when this delta right here gets smaller, it's kind of nice, right? So that means consistency goes up. But guess what doesn't go up with consistency? Your performance, the delta P, becomes smaller. It almost equals it. So that feeling is that you're gravitating towards imagining a curve like this. Right? So when you become super consistent, this is your delta. This is why I choose to focus on this delta over time. Because at peak, it becomes smaller and smaller. You end up with this more like approaches a limit, right? Like an asymptote. It approaches to the limit. And one thing I can say about this limit is that when this happens, this delta starts decreasing over time. And that's where like people start feeling stagnation. And they can't reinvigorate. So they can't, when you reinvigorate, it's this whole like peak issue. When you get this type of curve, it's usually when you're learning something new or trying a new style or something. Ultimately, it won't really affect your baseline too much. It will allow you moments of like glee, right? Dopamine, when you have peaks. Just so it's like side cut here. Anyways, so what other lightning round stuff? I like background at 50% dim. So I often practice this thing where I introduce enough noise so that it grounds my attention to reinforce focus. What does this look like? So I need to keep even spacing. Right. So even timing. Well, if I don't have a background, right? No background, then there isn't anything that is reminding me to stay focused. Right? There's nothing reminding me that. It's not imposing something. So when I don't see anything, it's a void, it's black. What happens is I get more distracted by myself. I just have wandering thoughts, just distracted by something and what have you. When there is a background, not like overwhelming background. So when there is a background, right? Yes to background. That background is constantly, it's a constant. And what it is a constant reminder for me to stay on time. Sounds like a reverse thing, but what is a great example of this? Well, for me to stay on task right this very moment, right now, I have background music. It's helping me focus on the subject, which is writing this thing. The act of writing, like right now, my literal writing on this screen is helping me focus on task. So my literal writing as well, literal writing, is helping me keep the subject staying on subject. So I'm using the background in the same capacity. I didn't know that, really. I really, I think, as far as I know, over the last 4 years, 95% of the playtime was with no background. So, the reason why I want to spend a little time describing this is only for this specific case do I know it might help. If you're not a person who, if you're someone, say like, what does this not do? If you have selective attention, you already hyper-focus on some things, like anything. If you have a tendency for hyperfocus, it's not for you. Like, not for you. If you already have selective attention and hyperfocus tendencies, I don't have these things. Unfortunately, these are the things I trade off, right? When you're having a conversation, this is one of my, if you're, honestly, this might be a tough pill to swallow. If you're poor at dynamic conversation, that's a personal hot take of mine, a personal favorite. If you're poor at dynamic conversation, as in changing the subject, right? Changing subjects while talking, this is probably not for you. It's just way out of left field, but we're talking about behavioral tendencies. So basically you have a really great selective attention, you hyper-focus on things, and therefore when conversations suddenly change subjects, like if you come to my stream and I'm playing OS and then suddenly I go into a 2-hour digression and your brain turned off for 2 hours, or you might have already left the moment I start conversing, this is not for you. You are not high functioning like I am. You are high functioning in a different way, perhaps. Or you might be a very normal goober. But I'm an incredibly high functioning person, and I require a consistent stimuli that helps me focus. That being music, writing, thinking, and saying all at the same time. If they're all lined up, I'm always on task. Like, it's very unlikely for me to go off task if I'm talking about the subject, thinking about the subject, seeing and hearing associated with the subject. So this music, this background music, in the future, if I hear this background music, I'm probably going to be thinking about these sections. So they're completely associated. So if you're not that kind of person, it's probably going to be very hard to understand what I mean. And that's fine, right? I'm just making sure that not to give you a life hack or something, or try to mislead you in thinking, oh, that's for me. The more details you spend, and I'm going to tell you now, I think the vast majority of players is in the not for you category. So this is irrelevant for you. However, this is my attempt to explain what I go through. How's that valuable to someone that's not for you? Ask yourself if this ever happens to you. So we're talking about OS here. You can still observe these things, like these type of relations, with other things. Like, can you think of a time when you're not hyper-focused? Every time you're hyper-focused on something, you're not hyper-focused on something else. So what makes that other thing not interesting? What makes your selective attention focus on specific things and have an intolerance for other things? Why are 90% of people who play OS find most of the things I say very boring and long-winded? They need to ask themselves, why do they think it's long-winded and boring and irrelevant? To me, everything is relevant. So I need to find how to not care about things a lot of times. What does that look like? If I stop caring, this is lightning round 4 point. If I stop caring about the impact of music dynamics, and focus only on map, right? Focus only on the mapping, the beats. I would stop. I would be more consistent in timing. And did that happen? Kind of. It kind of happened. Sort of. It's like a really tiny thing. Like the reason, how do I get over this? So what am I applying here? So how do I stop caring about the impact of music dynamics on the mapping? So like I already described it. I tend to speed up when the beats get closer. I tend to slow down when the beats get... How do I do that? This practice is 31 days, right? It's consecutive. Music becomes intellectually consistent, but mundane. Mundane leads to less interest. And ultimately, I stop caring about it. And not in the sense that I don't like it anymore. Is that I have to think about it less. There's less and less, like stop caring, there's less and less new things. New things about it. It's still really hard, I'm going to tell you now. Less and less new thing about music. Like, let's do a little comparison. If I heard 99%, that's a little exaggeration. I'm going to say 90% of music and heard them over 100 times, I would probably still be a bit interested because I find something new about it. What does a goober with selective attention, hyper-focus tendency, and poor dynamic conversational skills would look like? They would hear, let's be a little conservative, 10% of music over 100 times and probably still find it interesting. What is this 10% of music? What they like. And what do I mean by like? Like. Love. A lot of times, people use... a lot of times, goobers, these goobers I'm talking about, these goobers here, say they like something, but doesn't exhibit this behavior. So I'm talking about like, and love. I'm talking about dopamine response and stuff. And if you're comparing 90 to 10%, this is me. So yes, even after 31 days, I am distracted by the heckin' music. And I can tell you now, what's even funnier, in my opinion, is that the music I like, the ones that I like, they're worse in ACK, and they're worse in consistency. So let's think about how this works, right? When you have a selective attention, the things you like and love, actually, they're probably higher in ACK and higher in consistency because it plays to your hyper focus. You concentrate on it, you play it more, you get used to it more, it takes advantage of it. So you get an extraordinary opposite effect. And I'm trying to illustrate that it's literally, well, not literally, figuratively, the opposite for me. The more I like a song, the harder I have to work on focusing on the song. Or focusing on the map. I prefer to listen to my music and focus on that faculty than probably playing the map. Because the map... There's a goat in here. There's an elephant in here. There's one exception. For someone like me, I don't know if anyone can relate, if the map captures the feel of the music, which typically mechanically means it follows the melody. We're good to go. Usually if I really like if I got really into a song, which is, by the way, the other 10%. Not the songs that I would generally find interesting because I want to find interest in it, but generally the ones I love, when it carries the feel of the melody, like it gets the spacing gets smaller and it gets more rapid, like the beats are matched to the... I don't want to use the word rhythm. It's not the rhythm of the song. It's the melody of the song. Then usually I have better ACK and better consistency. But those are rare. They're rare and in between. Usually the beats are beats just for beats' sake. Like, that's kind of funny. It's just for mapping to a audible sound. The track changes all the time. It's just the audible sound. And secondarily, it's to capture the rhythm. Well, the rhythm doesn't necessarily have to reflect the melody. The melody could be a super sad, drawn out, slow song while maintaining a specific meter and rhythm. So that's kind of unfortunate, but they don't have to be in sync with each other. And the mapping is the same disconnect. Mappers have different map styles. They project their map styles before they project the theme of the song, or it's a really complicated amalgam of things. And that stuff heckin' makes me want to throw OS across the room if I could. Because unlike, in my opinion, here's a hot take, unlike most OS players who are mechanical players, I am not a mechanical player. And that's why it matters that the game is a rhythm game with music. that is so secondary to a mechanical player. The music, it's not about the music. Like, from a like pragmatic standpoint, it's more about the gameplay. Like, the gameplay elevates the music, not the other way around. To me, the music elevates the gameplay, so the music takes priority. So how I play is incredibly dependent on the music, not because of mechanical frequency, how the music integrates with the song. So mappers don't map with that in mind. They map in a way that identifiably them. So whenever I see theme maps, there are very specific maps that I'm really great at. It's effortless because when the beats are more frequent, when the density increases, the melody increases, like in density and stuff. It's not like for example alt maps. Holy heck, do I have a problem with alt maps? Because the number of beats is to the meter and to the rhythm, but the song could be saturated with sound. Like a great example would be like Larkin Seal's Ready Steady Go, right? It's usually made and mapped into an alt map, right? There are so many other sounds, and the melody does not play to an alt map. Like, it just doesn't. And I've had this discussion so long, like so often with other people, where they say like, oh yeah, they understand music, and they keep telling me, because they've played longer than I have, tell me like, oh no, it goes to the beat. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. Like, or it doesn't go to the beat. I'm saying it doesn't go to the music, man. Like, I'm struggling how it goes. It's like, what do you mean? It always goes to the music. It's like, no, it doesn't. Like, I don't understand. Like, how can you think that this map goes to the music? Like, this music is like crescendoing here, and I have a long slider. That doesn't go to the music. Like, you're holding down a note while the song is like crescendoing in a scale going upward. That's not the same. And that's where, like, it's more of a feel thing. It's purely subjective. But for me, rhythm games are music first. So I sacrifice consistency and mechanics because holy heck do I get swept up by the music. And don't even get me started on like hip hop and rap music. When the maps is mapped to their ad-libbing and stuff, then I just like commit, like I just hit Alt F4 because it's too complicated. I already have a hard time trying to comprehend how ad-libbing works with like ad-libbing and like improvisational lyricism, like the lyrics in hip hop and rap music, right? They're incredibly dynamic. Like when they're like talking and their meter and stuff keeps fluctuating and stuff. I can't even imagine having to worry about that and playing whatever is mapped. If they line up though, that's fantastic. Like but I'm not that fast either. So hip hop songs, when the mapper maps to all the words, right? It's kind of okay. Unfortunately, it's too fast for me, like mechanically, so I can't. Right? But the map feels like the carry, right? The main thing. Oftentimes, like sometimes, like rock music and metal music would carry with the bass riff, the lick on the bass and all that, and it would be the only thing in the track, right? So you can't really map to anything else. That's okay. Why is this important? Well, it's helping me because long stream practice plays music but doesn't correlate with anything in the music. Like 80 plus % of the time, it doesn't correlate with the music. So my whole goal was keep on time. Same thing, keep on time. It doesn't. I know the song here is like gonna speed up here. It's gonna slow down here. It's gonna have different spacing. It's gonna get louder here and quieter here, right? All the while, the only thing I'm doing is doing the same task. And if I hear that music maybe 100 times, I might stop caring about the music too, and not think like, oh yeah, I'm tapping left and right, and immediately I'm like, oh no, this is where the music's gonna hit that good verse, and then I'm off time. Every time. Like, it's so prevalent. Like, oh yeah, wait, is this the verse or the interlude? I'm off time. So when I'm hearing a music, it's a whole experience, and it is so distracting to the whole like metronome thing. Like oh yeah, you have like internal metronomes. Like, I get swept up by the music, so good luck with the metronome. Just imagine what a metronome sounds like when it keeps getting distracted by the music. It's an internal struggle, and I kind of like that. It's one of my favorite parts about playing a rhythm game. It's an incredibly big challenge to me. It might not be challenging to other people per se, or you're in the 95th percentile and you think it's not challenging what you're doing. I would argue with you, right? If you think I'm smart in any capacity, or if you think that I juggle and learn a lot of things, well, I don't have the, it doesn't make me a great player like you. So clearly you're doing something extraordinary, right? So kind of a way to compliment those people who are struggling with stagnation, or the compelling feeling of stagnation. I can't get there. I don't think I will ever get there, and I don't think I want to get there, but you guys got there, and that's amazing. What it also tells me is you can't do this either. You are less and less likely to have the same opinions, same reflective consequences and stuff that I do, because the requirements to be the 95th percentile and stuff in O's requires a whole different facet of skills and maybe personality quirks, or lifestyle stuff that I don't have. So there you go. Yeah. Stop caring the impact of music. That's going to be a bane for a really long time. If the song is wobbling all over the place, I don't even know where the notes are anymore. You know, just queue up a tech map, but generally tech maps have some wobs in it. When it is dubstepping all over the place, it's dubstepping all over my ears and my poopy vision. That's what's happening. I can't even comprehend wobs while playing. I'm already overwhelmed by the wobs. Is there anything else in the lightning round? No, not really. Not really. I think the only other thing that keeps that's a little bit of a deep cut is motivation for these type of training for me, which has already been pretty obvious, is related to novelty, right? So novelty meaning music. So my reinvigoration comes from introducing new music, right? Introducing new music, new visuals, like the background, stuff like that keeps me motivated. The downside to that, or the trade-off to that is I perform worse. Obviously now I have to ask myself, do I prefer to stay motivated or perform better? Which one would you choose? I choose motivation. Because for me, motivation means I get to learn new things. Not get better at things I already know. I just get more new things. And new things is my skill. I collect new things. I don't typically work on old things for a really long time. So, take it for what it is, I suppose. Yeah, and that's the wrap up. That is the wrap up of my 31 days of O's. So, there's only one topic left. The future. So there are things that I will probably integrate in the future. 2-week cycle. Tentatively right now, it would be a 1-week break for this 2-week cycle. However, I'm taking a 2-week break or more. It's a 2-week plus, like plus 2-week break from this. In the future, probably 2 weeks on, 1 week off, something like that. That's it, really. That's kind of we need to curate a lot more music than we need. Like curate music. So need more variety. Variety has to go up. So the baseline for my future, like I had another idea in mind, but I don't have enough variety. So we're gonna have to increase variety. I would say enough. I would say around the ballparks of, we're looking at 30 in the 2 weeks. We're looking at like 15 pieces of music. And then everything else is more or less the same, right? Yeah. Not much to take from into the future. A lot of learning experiences, though. Could switch it up with mods, right? Mods. Likely, it's probably beneficial to switch up modes as well. So, like, play Mania or something, right? And go back and forth between the different disciplines. So, like, Mania ? And then it has to be, without a doubt, it has to be a new mechanic. Probably the more different, the better. And that feeds back into, like, it could just be a different mode as well. And for the music component, there's always a chance we could do something like actual intellectual music things. So like artists, talk about the artists, something like that. Artists, maybe a specific mapper, something like that would be helpful. Not too much. We've already gone pretty far. My general feeling about this, let's do like extra, a few extra things to think as a bonus round. Lots of conversations. Lots and lots of conversations. And I need to make, the bonus round is I need to make room for these. Make room for discussions. Oh, that's part of the lightning round too. I learned a lot of other topics that I can integrate. I got lots of different topics I can integrate with those. So in the future, I got some juicy stuff. Let's highlight a few of these discussions. Sleep hygiene. So I can learn more about these things, right? I can prepare more things. So these are the bonus rounds. I can learn more about these things in anticipation for the future. Sleep hygiene. Progressive training. These things I know a lot about already, just by coincidence. Definitely more re-education or like enrichment. ADHD probably. Diet. More like for a performance standpoint. Significance. Self-significance. Mainly. I guess we would say self-care in general. Learning. Mainly adults versus youth. These are all topics that occurred during this time. Different training regiments. Difference between like endurance and dexterity. Motivation. Rating systems. So this was a really hot one. Rating system. That was really, and specifically about psychology, like what it does and what it doesn't do. You know, what does it mean basically? What does it mean? We already highlighted that. Critical thinking. But really more involved in like critical thinking of rating systems that leads into problem solving, right? That was a hot one too. Problem solving. If you have a actualized problem, right? Dealing with stagnation. Will include burnout in this. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a pretty good highlight of the lots and lots of conversations that I can prepare for in the future. I can read more about any of these things. Like, diet, what is I just thought of another one. Hyperfocus, right? The idea of hyperfocus. I think it's more hyperfocus than, it kind of leads with, an attention deficit, but it's just the opposite, right? I actually think hyperfocus is more than attention deficit. Variety. So learning, we're gonna say learning foundations. So just learning basic skills to round yourself out. So becoming more rounded, right? As a method, as an approach to boost specialty. That's a big one. Oh, and then last but not least, expressive storytelling or expressive communication. That was fairly popular. Okay, so those are some of the stuff that I could work on before we do the next project as well. And I do most of these things already. Like, all these things came up because I do them already. But it's a great way to remind myself what I could use and what is reflective and interesting to all the strangers that I met. I think overall, all this included, I've had the privilege to talk to largely 7 OS players. And it was the full range of skills. But largely everyone was between the age of 18 and 21, with one exception. And they're all transitioning, all of these, maybe even not so much the one exception, transitioning adults. Full range of OS skills. And I think even the majority has dual disciplines. They have at least more than one discipline, which is like Mania or Taiko plus the standard, right? Okay. Perhaps this will make me do my next session on Mania or Taiko or something. Just to like expand and be a little bit more appropriate for this kind of thing. All right. Let's just be a pep, right? Let's be a edgelord. Let's be an edgelord here. And give myself a rating. Let's be an edgelord. Trendy edgelord here. Short form format. Here we go. Rating of this experience. Is this for you? Right? All the things that I've said, I spent over 3 hours, technically, like 3.5 hours, explaining all of this stuff, all condensed into a single number to tell you if it's worth trying to do this from my perspective, and then everyone's gonna take it out of context and say, yeah, it's not worth it. All of this is gonna come down to one rating out of 10. How much would I recommend someone to approach something like me to the general audience? So, how relevant is this in its very specific context of OS? I would give it a 6 out of 10. Yeah. Probably 6 out of 10. We'll do a little meta. If you are in the 90th percentile, this score goes up to a 8 out of 10. If you're below the 80th percentile, 6 out of 10. There you go. For all the YouTube Shorts peeps and all the Clipper peeps, everything I've said across 3.5 hours, everything I've done for over 31 straight days in all of December. That's all you need to know right there. It's a 6 out of 10. The vast majority of OS players that are below 80th percentile. Right? And it's an 8 out of 10 to encourage those little strong, sharp peepos to consider a lot of the things that I might have shared over these periods. And they may or may not see this. It's, to me, 8 out of 10, highly recommended as a thought experiment for you to try. It takes probably only 2 weeks to a month of your time to invest forward in yourself. So feel free. Remember that 6 out of 10 means it's unlikely to work for you, the rest of the 80%, but I would believe at least 6 out of 10 of you might find it interesting to do that. And remember that 10% of people is way, way less than 80% of people. So 6 out of 10% of the 80 people are still way more than 8 out of 10 of the 90%. So I'm saying that not all the people in the 90th percentile is gonna like this. In the other side of things, the rest of the people, like 80% of the rest of the people, a little over half of them might find this interesting. It might be worth it. And this is all culminating in the idea that they're playing OS, right? In some capacity. There you go. Not bad, not bad. I haven't done this before. First time. All right. Oh, don't forget. We have to end with one sentiment. We'll put it in like cyan. We'll put it in cyan. And a big... Oh, that doesn't work. Don't forget, folks. Happy New Year's, folks. And also, welcome to OS Laser. There you go. That's my last message. It was all planned, by the way. I didn't just coincidentally chose December. And good luck on your 2024 journey, folks. All you peepos who might be looking at OS Laser starting tomorrow or later today, or yeah, starting later today, whenever that is. All right, that's a wrap, folks. We're switching gears now. I just realized I was muted the whole time. I wonder how long I've been muted. Oh boy. Well, alright. I don't know how long I've been muted. That kind of sucks because I don't remember ever hitting the button. Okay, just as a quick review, I must have been talking to myself like... No, review. Good luck to Dreamsite Games for making a lot of decision moves that are kind of unpopular right now. Hopefully their reputation recovers and they make some dramatic changes to their monetization model, because their base game is really wonderful, but it's set a high standard, and monetization for their DLCs and stuff don't meet that standard, and that's kind of a double-edged sword for the Steam community. And that's kind of what I mostly highlighted during the really long muted session. That's going to be so awkward in this video. But anyways, sometimes these weekly challenge, the last time we played the Halloween thing, the weekly challenge was included some of the DLC stuff, right? The Sands of Yulmanim stuff was in here. But there's a chance that this challenge might actually have Amelia. Amelia, the queen, was introduced between the last time we played the Halloween event and the Christmas event. Dang it. I really dislike that somehow OBS keeps muting when it's not supposed to. I wonder what's causing that. I will have to look back in the VOD. But I said a lot of things. Generally speaking though, a lot of times it deals with how indie games, when you have an indie breakout hit, you set a standard for yourself. Especially when it comes to money. Money tends to reflect that standard. And if you can't uphold that standard, you typically have backlash. And in this game, yeah, it tanked it by like a lot. Incredibly lot. So hopefully good luck to the developers and publishers to try to negotiate how that will work out in the future. There's a lot of other things. Right now, yeah, the Paradox launcher is a really big sore spot. Alright, so we only need to reach the 3rd floor of the challenge, as per usual, to get this. So let's see who we have. We don't have Amelia. However, we do have the other hero. So I don't actually know anything about this hero. That's... oh, 2 of the heroes. So we have the hero from... the Wolf Wars and the hero from the Sands of Yulmanin. So this will be the first time we're playing these characters. Because the DLCs to me are a little bit pricey too. So perhaps much down the line I will play the DLCs at some point. Again, part of the whole spiel that is potentially just got muted because I have no idea why OBS mutes randomly. That kind of sucks. Well, let's just go into this. Weekly modifiers are when someone hits a target with Sanctify, it also deals 25 damage with targets. Okay. More champions appear on the map. More monster health. Event rolls are easier, so we can hit up more event rolls. When you receive a boon, receive an additional copy. More events. Okay. Monsters are resistant to elements. Okay. Okay. I have no idea how to play Laia. Laia? Or Yager, for that matter. Is it similar? It's kind of similar to Magnus. Okay. Let's see here. Bleed is probably useful here. Ooh. Can you be a tank? I don't know. This is really good. Holy heck. No. Yeah, I have no idea what Yager's pool is. So this will be fun. It purges reinforce, but we don't. If we don't stack reinforce, it's fine, right? Now let's grab this. Commander. Is there anything else that's really, really great? Bleed, sharpen. We have a higher learning curve for this one. Cleave might be okay. I remember you can reduce flanking strike by 1. Butchering. Okay. And these are recommended. See a lot of AoE. The random stuff is kinda okay, but it doesn't really play to... okay. Let's reroll. That sucks. What the heck? Man. Man. Okay, we can reduce Ren at least. Alright, we'll take Marauder. And... nah. This sucks. I mean... he's not a tank. He can't tank, but these are good tank things. He doesn't strike me as a tank, and I can't ever tell. Yeah, we can't play them, even though they're kind of nice. I think we're just gonna lean on bleed, right? That blood rage though. This is not too bad of a utility. So what do you do? We'll take the bleed. Yeah, we're not bleeding. No self-bleed, right? There's no self-bleeding. Yeah, no self-bleeding. Speed. Is this... What was that thing that we just picked up? Is it, one-time use? It's not one-time use. Oh, but we do want to take the resistance. Yeah, and then we'll take this. Just to give it an extra stack. I don't see any reason for the others. Oh, right. I have no idea what this one does too. Suffer burn. So kind of like martyrdom. Holy. Oh, wait. So we do need holy, actually. Holy is a good way to... So, sanctify. Sanctify is good. It's one of the modifiers this time. So, she's a paladin. That's kind of delicious. That's also very delicious. Oh, that's okay. Then it became a little less delicious. Oh yeah, I see why people are not as excited about the incentive of these characters, because it's kind of like a mix. It's like a remix. These characters are hybrid remixes. I do like this Crusader. I think we're gonna pick up Crusader. Celestial Brilliance is okay late, but not now. So let's take this Crusader, and then we're gonna reroll. Sometimes lucky? No. Sometimes very unlucky. So she's kind of a tank, but she's in second position. Kinda. I guess we're gonna go with Sanctify, right? A Holy Slash. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so she has tank abilities too, as a paladin. Yeah. Do any of these become AoE? No. You? No? Really? I don't remember what this does. Zeal, all resistance plus 7. Healing from Sanctify, I see. That's kind of a pep, man. That's pretty pep right now. Like the Crusader. The Crusader card. Sanctify. Holy, and I guess we just take the base resistance. Oh. And speed. Alright, and then now to something we actually know. Alright, so oh no. This might be a little tough. actually. So monsters have elemental resistance. There a way? No. Yeah, an enchanter. Arthi. Do I want to re-roll? What I'm trying to determine. Do I want to re-roll? I kinda do. YOLO! Vampiric Tutor? What the heck? Lightning. I was kind of hoping for transmission and maybe something high roll into like some sort of another energy tech or something. Can I reduce the cost of this? But it causes burn. I mean, I'll still take the transmission though. Or looking for status ailments. Or I guess Shadowmancer is okay. I don't know. I can't pass up that vampire. This is fine. Let's just take. Oh, and then, man, save me. All right, we'll take the Shadowmancer stuff. Dispel fatigue. Am I worried about fatigue? But this is kind of nice. Oh man, but it's so hard to play. It's still so hard to play, but we kind of need it. Alright, fine. This is so borked. It's so cursed. We're gonna lean on Shadow, right? Is it just Shadow? It's also dark. Oh, wait. I don't know if... No, I don't think they cancel each other out. No, I don't think so. I guess we'll just do this and hope. Hope. Otis is healing. As much as I want to do Otis's like damage cycle or something, Otis is definitely healing. Healing and Dispel. I think this is okay. We'll take this and then spin. Alright. I mean, I'll take the Saint. Or... Delay response. That's interesting. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I guess we're taking pulsing heal. Oh, wait. Yeah, because we don't want to burn something. This... I don't think regen is a thing, is it? No. Actually, healing can be last. So, I guess health. Boy. Yeah, it's fine. You. You. That's not too hot. Boy. Really? Yeah. To one monster. That's so... I mean, do we need any of this? We don't. Okay. Well. That really sucks. We want to do as many choices. Like events. One. Two. No, just 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's go up here. The Yagrinch. I got it. Wait, but Yager is in my... Isn't this character named Yager? Oh. Interesting. Lots of cash. Increase the quality. All monsters gain all damage +2. Every round adds steel. What is steel again? Steel 1 aura? Nah. Fine. I'm not that greedy. I have no tank. And that kind of sucks. Increase aura charges by... That's interesting. Man. I'm feeling, I'm feeling pretty weak right now. Interesting. Wait, you have a... Oh. Man. That is one angry sheep. Sheep. What the? How'd you get your turn so quickly? I call shenanigans on that one. Wait. How is this going back to his hand? Spoiled meat. Just wanted to heal. Okay. That wasn't a great start. Wait, you get an extra card too? Huh. No, I don't really think you need this. Pass. Pass. I'm not. No, this is not doing so well, huh? I don't have any form of shielding either for a dart ritual. Just basically pass on everything. I feel like he is more likely to get a defensive card. This guy is more likely. What is this? Okay. We'll just take the resistance. I doubt the poison's gonna come into play. More likely to get cold. Yeah, fair enough. Alright. The cartographer. I've been lost in the ruins for a long time and I haven't explored the upper ruins. There are many interesting places. I even remember a ruin where there was a small treasure that I couldn't take with me. I don't know what the fisherman hut special map is, but we might as well buy it. Sure. Oh. That's interesting. What is this thing? Every round? No, that's gonna drag out so much. What are you? A riffling. Okay. Oh, that's right. She has the defensive item. Equal to your discard pile? Okay. Oh, right. She does have old spells. Man, this dart pack sucks. Take that. Oh wait, that's the end of the turn. That was a mistake. I guess I could have sharpened. Okay. Lay on pause. Let's see what you did there. Oh, that's awkward. There a random one? Oh, you can't even hit. Okay. You can't even use, Can I hit it randomly? I don't remember. Ow. Ow. That dude is clearly a butthead. Clearly a butthead. That's Sanctify though. Alright. War Paint. Yeah, we need some plus cards. War Paint is the plus card. You get Butchering too? Fine. Darkness Falls. That's kind of hard to play. What is this thing? Scourge. Damage received from Dart Explosion. Oh, that's not going to happen too often with what she has right now. A Scroll of Intellect, though. Yeah, even if it's one. Pulsing Heal. Yeah. Alright. Owl's Moving Castle. We get a pet here, right? If you want, you could... In one caravan, you see that they are transporting several beavers. You realize one of them is about to open the cage and free themselves. If you want, you could help him and make sure he escapes. Although surely the owls will see you and chase you. On the other hand, you could alert the owls over it. So, is it just... Oh, right. That's right. They tell you what it is. Yeah, we're just gonna have to take this. I have no defensive abilities at the moment. We're so, last time we were hyper defensive. Now we're like... very questionable. That feeling when order matters. Oh, right. Elemental resistance. Oh. That's fine. That's literally all she can do. Hmm. Oh, you butthead. Okay. Good enough. Oh, never mind. It wouldn't have made that big of a difference. Who you, man? Who you? Oh, you butthead. Yager is pretty strong. Baseline Yager. Okay. Sharing is caring. Ugh, man. That's a pass. That's a pass. Ooh, Tome of Intellect. No, let's grab the Tome of Intellect. Binding Heal. No, we don't need that. Yeah, more high value one. Squeeze in an extra. Ooh. Add a copy of Sausage Factory. Your next 2 skills, put Blood Sausage. Well, that's interesting. Into your hand, reduce the cost of the highest cost skill in your hand by 1. Intriguing. Pillage, still 2 aura. Gain powerful vitality. Put 1 raw, reduce the cost of the highest cost attack. Guess we're going with pillage. Purification. Shield, dispel 2. The next 3 defense. Interesting. Draw 1. That's nice. Transform. Holy damage. When you play an attack. Transform damage to holy. Suffer 0. Suffer 5. When you play a attack, just 1? Or is this permanent? This might actually be permanent. This is just the next 3 defense. Is it just... Enchantment can have a maximum of 3 activations if a new one is applied. Oh, it's just 1 attack. It could combo into an AoE if I can pick up an AoE, sure. Excalibur. Oh no, this stuff is cursed. This stuff is cursed for this run. All damage really damage with hit. Apply. No. I mean, enchant weapons all we got. Praise the sun. We can't praise the sun. Oh, I guess we're just still gonna praise the sun, huh? Probably not. I don't know if we have any. Kind of. Not really. Oof. Sure. Praise the sun. Yikes. What does even Holy Blob do? Oh, no, heck no. Winter Orb is not even in the scope of what I'm trying to do, huh? Okay. It puts it into my hand, right? Can I rob? I doubt it. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Can I steal? No, I can't rob a stealth. Dang it. Oh, wait. Wait. Hold up. Next 2 attacks, okay. Dang it, where's my Excalibur? I was hoping to combo it with Holy Storm. Raise the sun. I mean, it did something. Gotta reduce overhealing. Ah! What a butt. Oh. Can I Excalibur something? Not particularly. Whoops. Oh wait, is it for 1 turn? Wait, hold up. That's actually permanent? Okay. Ooh. He can get a stockade. Oh no. Oh no. I'll still take the stockade. Just in case. She can also get a colossal blow. Healing. Yeah, you know what? I'll take this. It ignores block. That's increased utility. I'll take this though. Not bad. I'm looking for AoE and all these things, unfortunately. I don't remember what his traits are like. Oh, now I remember. Now I remember. No, he's a bubbler. Otis's skills are bubbling. I mean, sure, I guess. Just gonna brute force everything. What is this? Old hands. No. We'll just vanilla it. I don't feel too confident about the group makeup that I have right now. Alright. This is a pretty good one. I totally forgot you can enchant other peeps. Oh wait, that's bad, isn't it? Oh no. That's actually pretty terrible what I just did. I misplayed there. Got a little excited with the holy storm. Really? This group is really hyper aggressive. Aha, random. Random for the win. Get wrecked. I guess we're just going hyper aggressive, huh? Guard? Son of a bee sting. We're gonna pass. Holy Storm, a second. Yeah, I'll take a second copy of Holy Storm. Okay, so yeah, this still works. We're still in chat. Oh, how does chain work again? Repeat the card's effect to target next to. Okay, yeah, chain healing. Chain heal is something we're looking for. Are we looking for book? I mean, we have one book. Two books. Yeah, I'll take it. We're investing forward though. Okay, traveling potion seller. Today's potion are yellow and they're made with a grain of roasted corny. They surely taste good. I don't remember any of these encounters, so let's just buy all four of them. Oh. Plus 10 to health. Fair enough. Every 2 turns? Instant regret not being able to afford the detox potion, but... Okay. No, we'll just go. That is a purple chain hill. It's not that big a deal. What is this? Okay, so this is from Sans as well. A Jim? Your name is Jim? Is this an Earthworm Jim reference? This has got to be an Earthworm Jim reference, right? That's clearly an earthworm. Although, Earthworm Jims look... Earthworm Jim kind of looked a lot... Had different look than that, you know? This looked a little bit less intimidating. Earthworm Jim, that is. Ah, I totally miscalculated there. That's fine. I think it's kind of fun playing it this way. Since I don't have any of the DLCs, all this is actually new. Gotta get that Excalibur in. I don't like you. What the heck, man? I don't like you at all. Man. He's more of like a support character at this point. Right now, Yager is more of a support than a bleed. May the light... Well, what does he say? May the light burn you? Or something? The light shall burn you. Okay. Okay, jumping still works. Otis, we can totally pick up like a we need to pick up one AoE holy spell and pray that it lines up every once in a while. Or something like that. Oh, you're just so annoying. Oh, you're really annoying. That was in a weird order. Oh, you are a butthead. Shield slam. Another stockade? I mean, I'll take another stockade. Sacred ceremony. I mean, there is a chance that could come in clutch, right? Alright, sure. Curse of Madness? Yeah? Yeah? Ooh. Can this be 0? Yeah, so Expected Prophecy can be useful here. If we're gonna line up some utility with Otis. Nah, let's just pass. Fine. It's too sweaty. Too much sweat. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't have any lightning attacks, but we'll just carry it. Only 75 gold. Let's just rest. Okay. Right? Oh, you're such a butthead. And you stealth after that? Where was my Excalibur? No, Excaliburn. We'll hold on to the Holy Storm. That's the best it's gonna have. That's... Give me that. Give me your auras. Aha! Get stymied. Oh. I still didn't get it. Discard pile. Not good enough. Okay. Oh, I forgot she can summon. Well, that's annoying. Okay. There's Excalibur. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. Oh, you're stupid dispel. Okay. Oh no. It doesn't have a heal multiplier. That's bad. Okay. Really? Oh, I need something to dispel burn, because that's gonna stack. And we're gonna be in trouble. In the long run, she's gonna die. Self-immolate. This really sucks. We have no energy. It's so ridiculous. Just has no energy. That dispel, man. Oh my gosh, you guys are such buttheads. I legit can't get in on that. I got antied so hard. Why? What? So much burn. Why? You're heckin'. You know, I haven't gotten a dispel yet. That's kind of scary. What is your problem, lady? That's not enough. I heckin' swear, man. This lady. Night no sanctify. No. Don't do it. Oh my gosh. Got no dispel. There's just no way to recover. Yeah, that Excalibur is annihilating her right now. Can't. It just doesn't work. Just rip. No, guess we can retry. I don't think I'm gonna re-roll again. Not today. But at least I know what they do now. Yager and Leia. That thorn damage. Okay. 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 Oh, dang it. Mistakes were made. Yeah, what happened to my dispel? Thanks, Jack. Happy New Year to you too as well. Thanks. Hope yours is going well. That thorn damage really is piling up. Don't dispel. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, the freaking sanctify. You a heck? I guess we're relying on sanctify, huh? I think if I knew what they were gonna do, right? What they do, probably lean in on just damage and work off sanctify. It's a little late for that. Dang it! I thought I had enough energy for that. Oh, okay. Random? Dang it. Give me the Holy Nova. Oh my gosh. Why are you so durable? Wait. Oh. Alright. Field wall. What the heck? I guess I could make him into a tank now, huh? Dang it. I mean, it'll certainly relieve something. Meditate. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you have to make me choose between Mass Dispel and Meditate? I got a mana gem out of it, so that's kind of nice. Omen Apparel. Nah. Giving divine power to... Yeah, we'll take the divine power. Mixed salad. A tomato. Oh, that's kind of nice. Tomato, carrot, and a broccoli. I don't think that's gonna help. If you play endless bag, if you play leaves your hand empty. All three. Who could possibly do that? No one can do that. I guess if there's anyone, it's probably her. I guess we're doing Shadow Orby stuff. Probably this if we're gonna try to get an explosion, right? Yeah. What about you? Oh, that's not... that's pretty solid. Okay. It's not looking great. What do you have? Big Bad Wolf. Gain +1% to all damage done for every 3 HP above 100 you have. Interesting. Dinner time? Yeah, let's just do this. Warrior Duality. When you play a warrior card, reduce the cost of the highest healer card in your hand by 1 until when you play a... Oh no. Zeal. Increase all damage done by 1.5 burn charge and lose 2 charge at the end instead of all charges. I don't have any way of getting Zeal. Pretty sure I only have one thing that gives Zeal. I mean, I could pick up some healing stuff, I suppose. Yeah, sure. I'm more likely to benefit from that than... Lightning spells dispel 1. I could try to find lightning spells. What was this? At the start of turn, reduce the cost of defense cards in hand. Do I even have... Man... I made him a defense dude, not a healing dude. I definitely played to Otis's disadvantage. I totally forgot. And there's no way to... Yeah. So we'll see if we can find some shielding. +7 HP, +6 resistance. 6 resistance and speed. +1 to all damage. Damage it is. Upgrade 2 cards per... Wait. Per hero. Yeah. Oh, I have to pay for these still though, so I gotta keep that in mind. Something cheap. It's 420 for the... Okay. Only Nova can be cheaper, right? Yeah. We're definitely, doesn't really work very well with... You can decrease Colossal Blow. Oh! Oh, right. Oh. There goes all my crystals. That kind of sucks. Alright, well. So much for upgrading. Okay. Right, we need to go up here no matter what, so let's just go. The 3 ghosts. Cute. Ask ghost present. Cute. Nah, just too extreme, man. That's a new unit and a new unit for me, so I haven't seen those units. Bone Mage. Holy powers. And then Gyro Orb? AtO War? Poison. Still not feeling too confident about this. We can reach the 3rd floor though. I think it's good enough to reach the 3rd floor. Not much more than that though. Heckin' Ray of Hope is so pep. Yeah, I think the weakest link right now is I basically pepped so hard on Otis. Otis got pepped really hard. You're permanently invulnerable? Oh my gosh, you're so... Oh my gosh. Okay. Otis could get innervates. Wait, how long does this stay immune? What the? Oh, until their next turn, probably. What a butthead. Oh, the next round. Fair enough. Wait, it disappeared, but it was still invulnerable. What the? I got robbed. That's a visual effect. a visual bug right there. That guy was still invulnerable. It just wasn't listed. I demand a recount. Dude. Otis is not supposed to be a healer. It's supposed to be a shielder. Okay. Ignore block. It finally came in handy. Although I totally screwed up. It doesn't matter. Pummel? Pummel. Pummel. Battle shout. No, we're gonna pass. I'm gonna pass here too. Darkness Falls, not too bad. I'll take that. Ugh! That was a bad draw. Alright. 40% discount. Let's go. Okay. Wait. Dude, this armor though. Oh, this might offset some of the pep. Detox pod. We're definitely gonna get this. Just have to do it, right? Oh. Daily deals? Wait, what does this mean? Oh, you can sell crystals for money. Interesting. Now I'm stuck between these two. I don't think he's gonna attack that much, actually. Oh, we're totally skipping that holy puddle. Oh, that's different. Rusty. Joy. Wait, is anyone weak to holy? You are. Where can I find energy, folks? Where, oh, where are the energy? That shield wall. Is this the thing that shoots back when you block? Yeah. Last one turn? Okay. Oh, that sucks. YOLO? YOLO. I did pick up some warrior skills, thankfully. So that's not too bad. Okay. Okay. Let me steal your aura for a sec. Let me just borrow it. Let me grab those. I ended up making Yager a tank after all, man. Yeah, we gotta get rid of this. This is surprisingly working out. Weird. Very weird. Dang. This is actually working really well. Her warrior, her duality skill. Alright. Take him out, Otis. What does this do? Damage by others. Oh. Raise the sun! That wasn't enough. Otis, you're a letdown. That does 0 damage, dude. Man, Yager did not work out. Oh wait, but we do get extra damage for every. Oh, we can build damage though. We can stack damage by making him bigger and bigger, chonkier and chonkier. No, that's a pass. Overpower. 1,000 needles. No, that's a pass too. That's a pass. That's a pass. All resistance +5 for every. Wait. Wait. We might be able to save this. Or not. Because he has like no regens. Why do you not even have any regen? Oh my gosh, I freaking hate Otis right now. Are you serious? You have no regen? What? Only one renew? Man. Okay, I guess I'm going with this. Actually, dude, you don't have any regen skills, right? Which one is? I don't remember. What is small weapon? I mean, whatever. No, we'll pass on that. Get milk extra XP. Give to the poor. The next 4 food items. All heroes gain. That's actually pretty nice. Now that I have it. Gorge. Put 1 gourmet meat into your hand. Deal X damage equal to. Ooh, HP scaling. Recover 25. Put gorge in your hand. Yeah, feed the. Wow, I like Yager's theme. Or be a team player. This can work too because we have food. Nah, feed the rich. What do you have? Heavenly Justice. For every energy used, deal 6 holy. 1 fire, 1 sanctify, 1 vulnerability. But purge the wicked. Purge 2. Right. What is this? For every energy used, all hero gain and gets zeal. Consecration. Oh, the next defense though. Alright. Purge the wicked it is. Heavenly Justice. Let's go. For every draw 1 armor. That's kinda alright. The next spell gains put a copy of it into your hand. The next spell, then put a copy into your hand. Gain 1 powerful and 1 bubble. I don't have enough energy even to use arcane conduit. We use spell echo. Are we solar flaring? Solar flare still works with any expensive spell, right? Yeah, includes spell. Yeah. There's no way I'm gonna. Well. No. We're solar flaring. Let's go down here and then up. Get early XP. And more card choices. Okay. Awkward. Really? How does this happen? Okay. Let's quickly cash in, I suppose. Wait. Oh, those are the small weapons, right? Oh. Dang it. Ah, so close. Dang it. Ah, man. I was trying to get rid of the tank early. So close. Oh wait, we can do colossal blow. Colossal blow top deck right now. There it is. There it is. Get out of my face. Scalaburn. Yeah. Urge the Wicked. Doesn't really do that much. It's fine. Immune. Yo, what? I need to replace her necklace. Raise the sun. Oh, did I get silenced? Dang, that sucks. Okay, we'll just skip. Okay. Okay, how does this work? I have a lot. Okay. Not good enough, though. Alright, fine. Let's put Gorge. Oh, I need to attack. Oh, I need a food. Oh my gosh, I played that in the reverse order. It's fine. It's really not fine, but I'll have to accept my folly. No, that's not enough. You butthead. Alright. Can I target anyone? I can. Cost 0. That's actually pretty dang amazing. I think that's enough, right? Gotta steal this stuff. Or May. Wow, Yager? I really like Yager. He can be defensive while having an execute. That's actually pretty incredible. Barbed wire for 0. I mean, 0 is pretty good. All in. Discard X. X equals the cards discarded by... Oh, you know what? I'll take that. I'll take the all in. Yikes. That's a pass. That's a pass. I was kind of hoping for lightning. Yeah, that's a pass. That's a pass too, man. The other peeps aren't doing so hot. What do I get here? Fishman's hut. You reach the Fishman hut by following the direction on the map. Inside the hut, you can see a large chest, but to access it, you will have to make some noise by moving junk. Although the Fishman is not at home now, that noise is sure to attract him. If you want the chest, you are more likely... I mean, we're more likely to succeed, right? No. Okay. 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 What was this? Oh, man. Really? Really? You're gonna have to make me pick? Oh, I kind of like this. Actually. Actually, this might be Jam on her. I can't even empty her bag. Oh, you know what? Ah. If only they were built a little differently. If only. I guess we're going with this. What do you have? Oh. It totally sucks. Okay, I guess we're passing. Alright. Wait. What happened to you, Yager? Wait. Yager. I've entered a secret hack. The secret hack turned Yager completely black. I triggered it for the first time ever. That's hilarious. Only to do nothing with it. Praise the sun. Ow. How can you hit Yager? He's not even there. What the heck? Hello? Dang. I really like Zaya. Solar Flare with not a very good spell. That's fine. Oh boy. Oh boy. Spell Echo. Your next spell was okay. Sure. Oh. Hold up. You can Spell Echo someone else. Let's Spell Echo Vaya. Oh boy, here we go. The spell. Okay. Ouch. Okay. Oh, hey. Gotta do this in the correct order this time. Nah, we're gonna save Gorge. He has no taunt. That's not a taunt, right? Yeah, it's not a taunt. Yeah. Oh no. I didn't have enough for Holy Storm. For every okay. That's not how I thought that worked. Dang it. I should just master the spell. I totally misplayed that. Okay. There you go. Have at it. Stay alive, Hogger. Yager. Please. Yager. Stop taking damage, please. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, Dispel is a skill. My bad. Really? Hey, it's fine. It's okay. We got Sanctified to heal us. It's all good. Okay. Oh, we can all in? That's so amazing. And then you can all in while eating up. That's awesome. Oh, can't really steal anything here. That's awkward. Dude. Why do you hurt so good? The gorge. Aha! Okay. Bleed out. No. That's a pass. Shining Force. No. No. That's a pass. Wait, I'm looking for... Yeah. I'm looking for lightning spells, so chain lightning. Heavenly Blessing. Oh no. And how do I even play this? Like, I guess you could just chill. That is so difficult to play. Oh. But wait a minute. I can solar flare into a heavenly blessing. It's not gonna work out. Like, it would require the dream to happen. That's probably not gonna happen. Whoa, hey, hello there, little guy. You look kinda vicious and unwelcoming, but cute at the same time. What is this hand? Get rid of the evasion. Of course. Yeah. Take that, poison. have too much AoE. My single target is like non-existent. Those boss fights are gonna last for eternity. I have no single target multipliers. Neat. Dang it. Spell echo. That's interesting. Ow. That was a butthead. I don't like buttheads. Oh. Right. Spell echo. Whoops. Dang it. It's quite a lot of Sanctify. Not enough to heal Otis, though. Ow. I was contemplating about letting Otis heal. Spike shield. A taunt. Do it yourself. Yeah, that's a pass. Another taunt. Panacea. Why are you getting the better dispel cards? What is this nonsense? Ooh, Holy Ripple is not that bad. I'll take that. Chain Lightning. Trespasser. On your way, you come across a hut that looks abandoned. When you enter, the door closes behind you and a deep darkness comes over you. After a while, an ominous voice says, "Who dares to enter my domain? If you wish to leave, one of you must pay the price." Who's like the most gimped right now? Otis? Okay, fair enough. That sucked. Holy Night, aw. Christmas themed cards. Lovely. What the? That's a chonker. Oh, hey, you're new too. Dang it. uh I haven't used tutor at all. This tutor is so dead. Oh, this guy's gotta go. Okay. Oh, that's not the type that I'm looking for. What? Oh, that's a skill. Dang it. That's fine. Okay. I need an attack, okay. This guy is such a butthead. Was that enough? Dang it! It survived like by 4 points. Bad man. That's like 20 extra damage. Oh no. Oh. I need to hit the highest sanctified target here. I have no auras to steal. Eesh. Man. Nah, we're all in. Don't hit Yager. Do not hit Yager. Oh no, don't hit Otis. Well, we're just gonna repeat this. Through that. Yeah, we're not holding on to that. Might as well sack. Right. Immune to electricity. Right. Or electrify. Dang it. I hate this guy. Why are you so evil? Dude. What the heck, man? It's even worse. Like I just can't take them out. I just got antied by just one target. One dude pretty much antied the whole team. That's so ridiculous. As we lean on Sanctify. There we go. Wait. Dang you! Okay, okay, okay. Hold up, hold up. Still possible. Still possible. Hold up. Dang you! Oh, man. Oh, wait, wait, wait. It's fine. It's fine. Right? Oh, thank goodness. Bad hackers. Okay. Um. Please die. I don't. Oh boy. Void Crush? What the heck? Alright. First aid. Interesting. It's only one-time use. Can you remove it? That's not that great. A Void Crush. X equals your missing health. Alright. I'll take it. Interesting. I think we'll take one of these. Yeah, we'll take it. Desperate prayer. Oh, hey. Pain suppression works. It's the only skill. Gluttony. When you play a food card, gain 1 energy. Oh my gosh, thank goodness. The Talent Butcher. Always guarantees gourmet meat. In the Talent, dinner is ready. Spoil is replaced by gourmet meat. No. It's all about that gluttony. Sanctify +1. The bonus of overflow is increased to 70% and removes the full health requirement. Wait, what? Oh, overflow. At full health, Sanctify heals for 35% of health that would have healed you at your sides instead. Oh. That's cool. No, burn +1 is like meh. Beacon of light, interesting. Heck no to glass cannon. When you play a fire, cold, or lightning spell. Okay, yeah, we got this. That's really good. When you play defense, apply 9 shield to all. What was this? When you play a holy spell card? No. Dome of light, sure. Wait. Oh yeah, Otis got the bad curse thing. What's my health at? Yeah. Isn't this thing just draws and exhausts? It's fine. Instead of healing, we can upgrade a card. Oh, upgrading cards still costs diamond, crystals, but is there one that I really want to upgrade? This one. That sucks. Dang it. I have no energy. Oh, well now that's kind of reasonable though. I can't upgrade that. It costs too much. Nope. You know what? Let me just remove this curse. Fine. It's cheap. Death draw is a death draw. I don't actually know what this boss does. I guess we'll learn now. Must be from the Wolf Wars. Glorio. Okay. I don't even know if I'm supposed to focus fire. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Oh, I need to stack some stuff on the dude. Let's tutor this. That's not bad. That's a really strong turn. We have AoE, so if anytime we can, what the heck? All resistance +1. Cast Astral Howl. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Oh, that's annoying. Holy, and this guy heals? Okay. You can have 2 of these? What a butthead. Oh no, it's a shaman. As long as the shaman can't dispel, I think. No dispel. I think we're pretty good to go then. Yeah. It's time to cash in on that. Oh my gosh. You guys are such buttheads. Oh no. That wet is scary. What the freak, dude? Alright, there's no way this team can survive the final encounter, really. I guess we're going after what? Wait. Did he not have what? That's weird. Right, he has the shield thing. Oh, the siren has the spell. I'm curious if he can summon outside of his stupid annoying doggos. Heckin' doggos. How are you so resistant? I don't... Oh, dang. That's a lot of resistance. Holy heck. This is a healing spell. Did I read this incorrectly? When you play a warrior spell, reduce the cost. When you play a healer card, reduce the cost of the highest warrior. Oh, I don't have a warrior card in my hand. G. Ugh. Oh, I could have sharpened. Yeah, that's fine. Don't do it! Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold up. Slow your roll. Okay. Oh no! I totally wasn't paying attention to. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Instead of a holy storm. That's so awkward. A spell echo. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, you mother. Dude. Do I need her? I don't know if I need her. I guess. I guess we'll find out. This is gonna be a long fight. Just one turn off. One turn off, man. That doesn't work. Okay. Door. Oh. Oh man, I forgot that it's not exhausted. That's so awkward. This is so slow. Holy. This guy is such a butthead. That does like negative damage. What the heck? Wait. Oh. It's only displaying one, probably. You know what? Oh, no, it wasn't. What? I don't understand. Yeah, I think we're just gonna slowly decay to death. Yeah, we're just gonna complete this and then call it quits. I don't think this run is already cursed. Considering not knowing how these two play. What? Yeah, this is gonna lead into the we can't do anything about that. Oh, I played that in the wrong order. That's okay. Can you resign? Oh yeah, you can resign. Okay. So the tough call here is yeah, so she can dispel while overflowing. We'll have to think about it in the future. What are we gonna do? Oh, I definitely miscalculated. Dang it. The dude can heal, I forgot about that. That is such bull. That's such bull. That's so much crap. What? Wait. That's so much BS. So we're gonna try to You're so annoying. You're so annoying. Are you serious? Huh. Right. It's warrior cards. How does this work again? Oh, it's a chain card. Okay. Totally didn't realize all in was a chain card. I thought it was a repeat. Oops. You are so hardy. Okay. We're good now. It suddenly became like a puzzler for a moment there. Basic a puzzle game. That enchanted weapon is such a dead draw. Oh. Wait, what gives the energy? Oh, right. The different types of spells. Okay. Oh, that's not the one that I thought. Never mind. Oh no, that's freaking chain lightning. Ugh. This doesn't. It's fine. It's fine. Well, this is all fine. It's fine. I think it's fine. And before this guy just OTKs the entire group. Okay, it didn't happen. Wow, Yager actually becomes really powerful. Actually, you know what? No. We're gonna go all the way. We're gonna go all the way. Yager seems to be strong enough. Oh no, he's gonna get another turn. I actually think maybe Yager is stronger. That's crazy. Do it yourself. That's actually alright. Just start it off. Yeah? Just hold off for a little bit. You get an urge. Oh, freaking tabula rasa. I don't know about tabula rasa. I can come in a pinch though. I don't think this can purge the doom thing, right? That would kind of break the thing. Discard X, draw X, gain XX. Omniscient, yeah, let's just take Omniscient. That's really good. Necropotence. Vanish X? Interesting. Actually, this is really interesting. I love this. Oh, I don't love this so much. I guess protect from evil. Is there one for all heroes? Oh man. Yeah. There's Mountain King. I only have one defense skill. I have one persistent defense skill, which I can barely play. Oh no, push forward is a defense skill. Wait, don't someone have the stainless curious art? Okay. Is there anything else you can use? You can't. So let's pop that on. For every Okay, we're gonna pop this on, right? Mountain King is just not the way to go about it. Although, do you have a defense? Yeah, I've only pushed forward. Oh, Intercept is a free defense card. Yeah, it's kind of... Oh, I guess Prayer Protection. Alright. I mean, it's... Oh, it's... Whoops, that's not the right slot. Dang it. No Thorn Charge. That's just generally better. Wait. Actually, no. You only have a few melee attacks. That sucks. What about this? All damage +2. Reduce the ice cost in your hand with cost graded by 3 until discard. Oh, okay. Actually, this is nice. We have that one dead. We have that one dead draw. Evasion or... That doesn't really matter, actually. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, wait. That doesn't actually work. It's fine. I mean... Okay. First time no Mountain King. Because I don't even have a designated tank. That's kind of sad. All resistance. Damage, sure. Alright, let's just give it a shot anyways. I don't think we're going to be able to do this. Upgrade. Oh, wait. Oh no, we have to get to the... Wait. Was it to get to the 3rd floor? Or beat the 3rd floor? It's the twins. The heckin' twins. Remove costs money. Okay. Upgrade costs crystals. We gotta just elevate weak cards. Just gotta elevate them. Unless there's a really, really good one. Oh. Well now. Do we have any, like, other reasonable ones? Oh, right. Holy Nova. Don't Flash get reduced too? We gotta increase the barrier stuff. Oh, man. I could have sworn something else gets decreased. Okay. Anything. Oh, right. Man, Mana Crystal can be removed too. Man, there's so many things. Mana shield? No. Oh. Why are all your okay, fine. That help. We definitely can't beat the final boss the way it is now. Oh my gosh, that says other hero. Oh my goodness, I am a pep. Can you highlight something that's stealth? What happens when you... What happens when you haunt a stealth character? Does it just ignore it? Oh, it does. Okay. This is a bad idea. Oh no. Do your sub. I didn't read. GG, no read. Okay. Sure. No. Stop, stop. Oh, you bet your butt I'm going all in. We spent all those crystals. No, that didn't do squat. He needs so much more health. And that sucked. It's okay. Wait, what did that? How? Oh, the emerald staff. Right. Ah, freaking petrify. Come on, man. Okay. We gotta make sure I don't hit that silence until the end. Okay. Praise the sun. Nope. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. After we attempt the third boss, that's it. This is taking way too long. It's gonna take me like the next 3 hours. Okay, discard. Yeah. Okay. This guy has over 120 defense. Like, what the heck, dude? Dude. This is so gross. There's so much grossness. Holy, oh my gosh, this is so gross. Oh, man. Yoink. Yoink. Entrenched? Are you serious right now? Dang it, it landed on not that. Okay. Right. Dang it. It's not the hottest. Am I okay with this? Yeah, I'm okay with this. Let's vanish these. Okay. Oh, wait. Let's be careful here. Oh, it didn't trigger it. Dang it. I was trying to be as efficient as possible. I guess we're relying on Thorn now? That's kind of weird. Okay, it's the bag, the endless bag actually is okay here. Oh no, never mind. Oh, no silence because too much shield. Nice. Okay. I need to get rid of this. Trigger the silence. Oh my gosh, I don't have enough for heavily blessing off the solar flare. Dang it. Didn't land on it. What the heck? Petrify goes through block. What a butthead. I need a buffer for it. Okay. Nope. I need to hit the silence. Okay, good. Why? This guy just petrifies every turn. Dude, Yager is just insta-locked. Heckin' over and over again. That's so cheap. Like, what the heck? Okay, one person still has That's very unfortunate that I did it in that order. Gotta heal up. Discard pile. That's so awkward. Help. 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 I swear. We need to make sure we manage our bonus properly. Just go away, okay? Just go away. Oh, you little butthead. Dude, this guy petrifies all the time. Holy heck. That's so toxic. Okay, no petrify that time. This is so pep. It is so hard to hit them. Okay, at least Yager has a turn. I barely did a dent. Wait. Ugh. I think now we just boost Yager even though it gets petrified like for days. No petrify. That's off. That does a lot of damage. It's a shame this guy's immune to bleed. Thank goodness. This has taken so long. Holy heck. Yeah. Yeah, you keep doing that, buddy. You keep doing that. Wait, what's causing the dispel there? Oh. Dude. Wow, this guy can still wreck the whole team. Oh, this doesn't actually work anymore. It's this one. Is that an instant? Oh, thank goodness. Underwhelming. I don't even know if we can get to it. Why? Why? Like, why? Sanctification? Oh, that's a boss thing. Encyclopedia? You have an omniscient too? Alright. A sanctuary. Wait, this doesn't actually help with... No, it doesn't actually. It does nothing. It's like the sanctuary. The dark one. What do you have? Right. Oh, wait. Damage with hit. So it does bank off the lightning spells. The continuum blade. I mean, yeah. No, we're gonna hang on to that. Dang it, I thought this was the same thing. Actually, evasion's pretty sweet. Yeah, the beginning doesn't really matter. The 5% resistance is just better. Alright. Meditate. That seems awfully awesome. Oh, hey, I actually know what these things do. Unfortunately, I think we're just dead. Are we just dead? Hmm. We got first turns though. That's not too bad. Oh, I could hit the dark one actually. Should have hit the dark one first. I try to get this guy to not scale. I was worried about the... Oh yeah, chain lightning works so well with that. Rip. Rip. Don't do it. Don't. Okay. All right. It's fine. Just not enough damage. Oh, we could have taken out this guy if I was focus firing. Oh, and that purge was okay. It hit a lot of the... a lot of the thorns from the stockade. And get that sanctify heal. Okay. This guy sucks. The Sanctify actually can be brutal when he converts on the Sanctify. So we have to get rid of this guy. What does this do? When you block. Okay. YOLO. Let me yoink those. Let me yoink that. Yager is so powerful. I really screwed up Otis so badly. Don't heal. Don't you dare. Oh my freak. That was what I was afraid of. There it is. A freaking attack. That heckin' attack. Yeah, we can't recover from this. It's just a one attack. That's it. Like the whole point of getting rid of the guy is that one attack. That kind of ticks me off a little. I'm a little upset about that. We're still gonna go after this one though. Maybe we can't get... No, maybe I can't get through. Ugh. Heckin' puzzle game. Shush, coffers. Whoops. Well, what'd you make me do? Ah, it's 10 HP. Okay. I think we can hit this guy, right? 249 HP. Right? All in with all of these. There it is. That is OP as heck. Yeah, I really like Yager. Maybe I'll buy the Wolf Wars. I'm pretty sure Yager is part of that one. Yeah, okay. Okay. All in again. It's all about the all in. Do I want to sack power? Nah. Again! Holy heck. Yager is so powerful. I need a dispel. Encyclopedia. Oh, okay. Oh, it's only 2. That's awkward. Yeah, Yager is so powerful. Provoke. Oh, okay. Provoke is something I would like. Do it yourself is Monka. Equal to your 20% of your HP. That's actually pretty sweet. Here, we'll take this. Another mass dispel. I swear. Otis just doesn't have the spells. No, I can't even play the one dispel. It's a pass. Another event. It's a pass. Desperate Prayer. It doesn't work with Otis. Healing spells just doesn't work with him. Oh wait, but there might be healing spells with shielding. Yeah, well, and it's always one less. That might be okay. Let's remove something. Yeah, let's just remove. What's a dead draw that just doesn't get played? I mean, there's a lot of things that don't get played. That's still okay. I think butchering just in general. These things get reduced now. Sunbeam? Yeah, Sunbeam doesn't get played. Heck no. Say no to Sunbeam at this point. What else we got? Dark packs. Get out of here, dark pack. The loot. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean the loot can be the loot vanishes. So let's oh gosh, Ray of Hope. Actually, Ray of Hope could come in handy this time around, interestingly enough. Yeah, let's just get rid of the loot. Oh boy. Once we finish this, that's it. There's a really slim chance of winning. Oh wait. Wait, is this the last boss? I don't remember. Oh, never mind. Wait, I thought there was one more after this. Why is this music playing? Oh, I guess we'll find out. I don't know if anything changed. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm gonna die with Dave tomorrow. Don't hum me. Be something good. Ice Comet. Oh my gosh, that's so unwieldy. Winter is coming. I mean, it's a lot of damage, but I can't do anything with that. I think we just go with zero cost. Yeah, how did this work again? I can't hit one of them, right? Yeah. Or else it blows back. Oh no. Oh wait, where'd it go? Did it get purged? Where did the icon go? What the heck? That guy just one-shotted him. I didn't even get to play. Hogger didn't even get his turn. That was how fast that was. That was so absurd. Like, the dude just one-shotted Hogger. Well, he was at half health, but still. Yeah, why did this disappear? Oh, it's because they started... Let me guess, they started their next turn first? Oh. It's so crap. It's so crap. It hurts my eyes. I can't prevent Hogger from just getting gibbed. I didn't get all the sale games that I want coffers. There are like 16 of them. There's no way around it. I think we just give up here. I think this is supposed to be the last boss because of the sound. So they swapped up the last boss for a different boss. Yeah, there's no way I can... Okay, let's say I need this. And let's say I do it yourself onto... slow them down. Do yourself onto Evelyn. This stuff stays the same. This changes up. No, it's always the same. Oh, actually no. there are 16 games, Carpus. There's always been that many. Okay. Killed her like your life depended on it. Oh, she lived. Alright. 7 Sanctify. Oh no, Chain Lightning is awful. What does this mean? Whenever you play a card, lowers HP, monster lowers HP. Oh, they recover. Oh, that's so cheap. All right, so she doesn't have, taunt anymore. Oh my gosh, she just keeps healing. Ugh. So how do I beat these guys? The only way I can beat these guys is not by using all in. To pump Yager as high as possible and use Demolition. I don't want to steal this just in case. Okay, so who's in danger? That is so much block. What? Oh no, I don't remember what this does. Apply shield to the lowest when I play a card. Oh my gosh, this. Of course, it's when the other guy has a shield up. That's all I can do. I really have no idea how I'm going to win this. Do I even want to do this? Not really. Can I vanish these? I kind of want to vanish that. Oh wait. No. Spell echo. We're gonna echo her. Now we're turtling. We need to turtle. Yager is the only way we can win this. Okay. Yager is the only way, and all these are really bad, so let's omniscient this. In Yager we trust. He doesn't do enough. Wait, hold up. I just put a smear on mine. Wait. Hold up. Wait. Does Yager have a cap on his ability? Gain 1% to all damage done for every 3 HP above. It doesn't look like it has a cap. Hopefully it doesn't cap. If it does, we're screwed. No, that doesn't work. It only heals them more. Man. Yeah, only Yager needs to survive. Oh, that's not good. Just enough to apply Sanctify. Gotta feed the Yager. That's it. Oh no. That's not good. The shield charge. Oh no. 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 Okay. It's fine. Okay. It's like a heckin' puzzle game. Wait. Ah, that's damage. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna shield charge. Wait. Oh, what? I didn't even realize that was possible. Are you serious right now? I can't do anything about that. Okay, that was a bad idea. That was a very bad idea. I want to reduce their shield so that they don't do as much damage. That deals a little too much damage, huh? Okay. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. This is gonna take like 3 hours. Holy, save me. Oh my gosh. Oh, they can't dispel. So eventually... That's not what I want. That's terrifying. Okay. Oh my word, that is that hit way harder than I thought it was going to hit. Oh no. That's not gonna work. Huh. I'm okay with that. Okay. We just have to outscale this boss. That's all we're doing right now. Just, they can be as healthy as they can like, but we just need to outscale the boss. Yager has to outscale the boss. And then we're good. As long as we don't slip up. That's a big As long as we don't slip up. Wow, he hits really, really hard right now. I was trying not to trigger that, but I still managed to trigger that. Oh no, it's random. Okay. Fine. No! Oh no. This is not good. This is not good. Pray? Okay. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're still fine. Uh-huh. 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 I really need to dispel. Oh! I forgot! Oh no! Oh no, I slipped up. Hold up. Hold up. It's fine, I think. Okay. I need to dispel pretty badly right now. Really? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. No, we can't do that. This is getting really silly. Oh wait, I can vanish these. Cause I don't. Oh wait, I can keep this and this, and I can get rid of these. And I landed the spell? I landed the spell. Okay. I honestly have no idea how I'm gonna win. $182. Wait. Darn it. Okay. I don't think his health is increasing. Because I'm entered steady state, right? Yeah. Because I don't have extra meat anymore. So I can't scale up anymore. I'm stuck at... Oh no! It's a little higher each time. Still not good enough though. I need to weaken. Dang it! What have I gotten myself into? Like, I think I'm making progress, right? Yeah, I'm making progress. Oh, this is based on missing health. I gotta hit the bad guy. I guess we're tutoring. Oh, okay. That's a pretty alright one. Alright, bring down the shield. Okay. Wait. Wait! They're free to get hit! Wait! Wait, hold. Oh no, but he doesn't have any, he doesn't have enough, But we can let it rip here. More progress. Oh my gosh. It's not enough damage. Dispel. Nice. Okay. Alright, alright. Oh my gosh. Yoggers is a champ, man. Nah, we can't. Can we? Oh, they don't do it anymore. Like they don't do the little like attack thing anymore. I can take one of them out, right? Oh no. So you can outlast the boss's like judgment thing. Yeah, for whatever reason they don't do it anymore. Huh. So that means I can all in. That's so great. Yes. The victory by attrition. I was not expecting this is how it would go. Dang. No words. No words. He has like over, he has almost 1k HP. Alright, Yoggers. Oh, no. There it is. And there it is. Oh, that is the end. We did it! There's no Act 4. Like that one map. Huh. Does it tell me how long it took? It didn't tell me how long it took. It was at least 4 hours. Oh my god. Oh, here it is. 3 hours and 33 minutes. Uh, 3 hours and 33 minutes, and this section started all out with a with me muting my mic because OBS, for whatever reason, when you Alt Tab or something, it mutes my mic. Actually, let me see. No, it's not Alt Tabbing. Something? No, something mutes OBS, and I don't know what. So just as a review, right? So recently, just to review this, I mean, it's kind of nice that Dreamsite Games, who is now part of like the upper level developer of Paradox, right? Paradox Publishing. They made some recently very controversial moves, and one of them is doing the Paradox launcher without fair warning. So that created a backlash because Steam, understanding the Steam community and how early access communities work, that's kind of blindsiding. But what is also a impediment right now is this was preceded by 3 DLC, even 4 DLC releases, where this base game, which I'm still just playing the base game, right, has such an incredible standard. Like, it's really great game as a base game. That set the standard so high. It set the standard. It's so incredibly high that when they went off to release DLCs, they didn't meet that standard. And they continue to do that. So, and I actually, frankly, I do agree. And it is kind of very disappointing. It's actually even below average, in my opinion, when it comes to indie DLCs. And my next 2 games, one of them actually suffers from the same thing. And I don't know if they're gonna ever normalize this, but what happens is generally the cost of the DLC comes into play, and the quality of the runtime of the DLC comes into play with its cost. And this game's runtime is a lot for the base game. So ideally, unfortunately, it's a double edge for the Dreamsite games to match that runtime, and all of their DLCs have missed the mark by a very large margin. Their most recent DLC, between the Halloween, the last time we played the Halloween event, and then this, the Christmas event, right? I was just here for the card back. But they released Amelia the Queen, and it's the same. It's one character. It has some unique things here and there, but it's an outstanding price. Like an incredibly outstanding price. It's to the... I don't know if Dreamsite Games is monetizing these things because of their contract, like with Paradox Interactive or something, but holy heck, like $5 for that is incredibly hard sell. And their most recent Sands of Yomenim, that is double. That is the price of the base game. It is the price of the base game. So what to the to the minds of the early access community and everyone else, you're expecting something that even comes close to the original base game, and I doubt it's close. Just based on the description on paper, it has some permutations of existing mechanics found elsewhere, and it's one map, one act. So that's really tough. So they're in a long streak of misses. Like a really long streak of misses. It's to the point where on top of the Paradox, the blindsided Paradox, like it plummeted this game's reputation. Like this game, not even the developer. The developer, I'm not so sure how the community feels about the developer at the moment. But being their only game, their darling, right? Outside of, there was an earlier game called Empire TV Tycoon, which was mixed. This is their hit, right? Their hit that landed them their contract with Paradox Interactive. And it's just miss after miss, in my opinion, in terms of how like a PR person, understanding how the Steam community and an early access community really responds to these things, especially the first indie hit. And I threw out some shout outs in the beginning. I'm repeating all of this because I'm pretty sure I'm muted for the first 20 minutes. You know, you're talking to gold standards in indie like Terraria and Stardew Valley. Like their first hits, the contents are an investment forward in the community, a trust in your brand. So now that they landed the contract for Paradox Interactive, there is a chance the publisher and stuff has some, you know, some requirements. However, unlike this path that they've taken, which may deal with the whole monetization stuff, the other guys, you know, the ones that they're comparing to, is off still indie publishing themselves. And they have fans that are unconditionally committed to them because they invested so many of their years investing forward. This game, it was incredible. I think the base game was absolutely wonderful, and I'm still playing the base game now. However, with this move, I think the brand and reputation has been irreparably damaged at the moment. Obviously, I'm a person that believes in second chances, even third and fourth chances. Everything's a learning experience, right? So I like to see what they ended up doing next. But so far, out of the gate, after the 1.0 launch, so I've been playing since the 1.0 launch, just the base vanilla, it's like miss after miss, just constantly, like there's no dedicated community manager or PR manager in their group. So without being, it almost strikes me, I would love to hear who their like community manager or person representative, because it's pretty clear that they don't interact or even look at, in my opinion, it's very difficult to accept that they even understand or participate in the Steam community, the early access communications. It's kind of like in a void. Because those things, I can't even see this, at this point, I can't even see this developer going beyond this game anymore. Like it's really difficult. I wouldn't be, they're continuing to do seasonal, so maybe there's more ideas down the line, but it's so difficult in their position. Maybe we'll see in the next seasonal, because it's going to be a while. It's going to be another 6 months before I even consider buying DLCs for this. It's so difficult to rationalize. However, the silver lining here is I appreciate that they do challenges where it introduces those mechanics. Like those games, like this game, legitimately have 2 characters that I have no idea how to play. And it kind of worked out, kind of, sort of. I basically just messed up a character that I should know how to play. And these 2 were new, right? One is part of the Sands of Yulmanim, and this is Wolf Wars, which I haven't played either. And in the bosses, there were 2 bosses I don't know, and the third one I do know, so that has some legacy in it. Yeah. The Christmas challenge was pretty good. Pretty good. I liked it. I forgot how I check for the card back. I think it's this one. No, wait. We went through this before. Oh, here it is. Right? Card back. There it is. Christmas Eve. So the last time we played, we got this treat one. And then the Christmas Eve one. And then there's all these other ones that really... Did they tell you? Okay, DLC. Another weekly challenge. Probably back in early access days. Yeah, these are probably early access days. Or... Probably early access days, because I only started playing at 1.0. And then this is the DLC. So everything is either DLC or early access. So it keeps me coming back playing. I really enjoyed this game a lot. But man, it's gotten to the point where the way they're doing their models and their decision making and whatnot, I would say another game that I'm presently just waiting with like 10% of the popularity of Across the Obelisk battle bands. I think those developers, I have a feeling those developers will continue to do content updates. I don't want to like content updates in the way that an early access indie game moves forward, unless they land a publisher, which, you know, Dreamsite Games did land a publisher, which is Paradox Interactive. So hopefully perhaps it will normalize something. But this game is cursed now. It's cursed with a great 1.0, so all the DLCs have to match that standard, and every single DLC has not matched that standard. It's not even close. So I know it's a subjective interpretation of value and monetization, but the difference when it comes to subjectivity, when the difference is so dramatically big, it's almost highly improbable that the value is not questionable, right? This is egregious. It's not even most of the time I'd be like, you know, like a Dragon 8, Infinite Wealth, I'm gonna throw $40 extra at it for all the stuff, right? Even then, that's like, I know what I'm buying relative to the content. That game is gonna be 300, 400 plus. I would be willing to buy the game for $100 for 400 hours, right? And that's like still four hours to the dollar. This, we're talking about a $6 character mechanic, right? That's almost as egregious as paying $3 for a color wave for your Street Fighter character. It's borderline egregious, especially for indie breakout dev. So I like to the game they build is really good. I think, in my opinion, they're moving too fast without a PR person, without someone who's doing these things. Capcom, like Street Fighter, and then like NetherRealm games with Warner Brothers, there's something unique about them, like so unique that, yeah, even they get backlash and they step back and do price reductions, right? Even then, this game, I feel it's unique enough, but it is by far not substantially able to stand on its own 2 feet. But compared to all your competitions, it's really difficult to overlook how expensive it is. You are tripling the price of the base game in order to play the DLCs. Like, if you buy the DLCs now, it is triple the value of 1.0. I think this is the first time I've encountered that for a indie game, an early access indie release that broke out. Oftentimes it's well below the average. $3. The first 3 content patches is typically free. Like 1.1 launches, 1.2, it can often go all the way to 2.0 before a DLC hits. Like that's an average. That's not even looking at the best case scenario. It's from the end user. It's looking at the average. An indie breakout hit has at least 4 or 5 updates, and now it's like, I can take a break from this. Like, I'm not a person. There are other games, right? So I hope maybe they will consider negotiating with Paradox Interactive in some way. I know it's probably not easy, and it's difficult to manage how fast-paced everything's going. I can only imagine suddenly releasing a game and landing a publisher deal is a big deal, lack of a better word. Just that the PR is really terrible. Like, it is so tone deaf right now, and I want this game to continue. Like, I'm not asking for free content, I'm just asking for reasonable prices, I suppose. Although, to me, I'm a guy that would wait like another 2 years and then buy the DLC and then review what's in the DLC. Like, Wolf Wars have been released almost close to a year now. So, my reasonable price is I buy it when I feel it's reasonable. I'm observing and reading, not my opinion. My opinion, my observations is the remarks that I'm making. That's what the community feels like. And damage control is so real for these developers. Like, Dreamsite Games is in damage control. Like, if you just look, it's one of the worst reversals that I've came across. And again, I have like 16 early access games that I follow nowadays. Like, we're talking about from getting like 80%, like 89% to 92%, right? Tanked to 30%. Like, just immediately, mostly negative. It's so dramatic. Like, this is one of the biggest ball drops. Sometimes it may make one very cynical about playing early access games and following. I like to believe that there's still good faith between the two. I obviously don't resonate with either side at this point, since I play games for variety and not dedicate to this. Anyways, that's a little of a current events update. Make up for muting my mic in the beginning as well. The game is still a lot of fun. Like, there's some crazy stuff. It feels really long, like it can get wild, and I love the mechanics. It's so unhinged. This game is so unhinged, and it will only become more and more unhinged with more characters, right? In fact, the extra characters aren't even in this title screen yet. So, like, the 4 extra characters, right? Yager, Lila, or Laya. It turns out Sands of Yomonim have 2 characters. There's Navalia, and then Amelia, the standalone character. Anyways, alright, that's a wrap for the Christmas thing. There's 2 games on the horizon. We got the 2 MVPs, in my opinion. The contenders for Indie Game of the Year of 2023 is coming up, which is Dave the Diver and Dredge. And those 2 are very different games, so we can't compare them, apples and oranges. However, Dredge kinda also pulled a DLC thing. I don't know if they're gonna change it or not. But the thing is, Dredge is also an indie dev that secured a publisher of indie, Team 17. So there might have been some like office politics about how much things cost and whatnot there too, because Dredge was published by Team 17. But the developers are Salt. It's Black Salt Games, and they had a publisher help them push the funding out, right? Team 17. And then Dave the Diver, on the other hand, their first content release was free. Their premium and digital extras was just so that whoever didn't pre-order and all that stuff can gain access to it, and it's a really expensive. Like, it's an art book, the soundtrack, and a skin. That's fine. That's part of the early adopters thing. But their first content patch is free. And it was a collaboration with Dredge, the Dredge developers. That's why I have both the games now. They're kind of like developing stuff with a crossover. And Dave the Diver developers, they're called Mint Rocket, I think. Just to draw a contrast with Dreamsite games, right? Dave the Diver is Mint Rocket. For whatever reason, when I click on Mint Rocket, it brings up the Nexon page, so I'm a little scared about that. Maybe Nexon is like a secondary publisher for Dave the Diver. I hope not. Because that's a little scary. But according to the page, Mint Rocket is self-published. So Dave the Diver is self-published. So they get to decide. A lot of times you get a publisher, maybe that's where the money thing comes in. I like to be a little bit understanding about Dreamsite Games situation. Maybe there's a bundle that I'm thinking Summer Sale. Summer Sale will finally do most of the DLC in this game. So that's the next time we'll be back, unless there's another seasonal hardback. Alright folks, there you have it. Christmas special. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. You know, you're always welcome to comment, share, and discuss about your experiences. If you ever experienced something similar to this, where it's really common nowadays, right? The whole DLC, monetization, seasonal passes, and stuff. So I'm kind of curious. What's your experience? Have you had a specific experience involving an early access game, which became very popular, had a substantial 1.0 launch, and suddenly they hit the brakes and suddenly overcharge? In my opinion, I kind of sympathize with the end users, overcharge for their DLCs. Curious. Alright folks, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, keep on learning folks, and trying new games. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye.